To crown yourself at this year's Austrian Battle Hero. My name is Lucas Inbichler and I'm more than happy to be your host here, and I wanted to welcome every spectators on site and for sure out there on the WWS webcast. Today is the big final day and we are looking forward to see 7 athletes competing here in 3 different disciplines. We have 3 girls competing here and for sure 4 male athletes. Is sitting one of the most successful overall water ski athlete here. It's Jared Llewellyn, and I'm more than happy to have you here, and we are also more than happy to get a lot of insight, details, and for sure to get to know all the technical know-how, what it takes to be an overall water ski athlete.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to be here. I spent a lot of time here growing up. My wife is from Austria, and I trained here a lot. But conditions were really tough yesterday. Really big tailwind. We actually had to cancel the jump event because it was a little bit too dangerous. But a lot of the skiers ups and downs, and that's the way the overall competition goes. We saw some great skiing, some big scores. Carlotta, first pass, in slalom, she didn't slalom quite as well as she wanted to. A lot of the girls, Alice, really strong slalom skier, and didn't quite get the score. They tried to run the tailwind 35s, and that didn't quite pan out for them. And Janina had a great slalom pass. She ran a headwind 35, set her up for a good performance. And then in the men's slalom, still bad conditions, and Carlo struggled with it right off the bat. Was going a little bit too easy, and didn't get through the pass at the 13 meters, and that was a big upset for him. But I think the biggest upset of the day was Rob, because he's a very strong slalom skier, and he tried to run 38 off tailwind, and the wind conditions was pretty choppy, and he didn't get quite through it. And Dorian ended up switching, and he actually ran the 11 into the headwind and got through the pass and got to it at 39. So that was a great score. In the trick event, we saw Janina do very well, stand up 2 strong passes. And in the men's event, we saw Robert and Pole had great trick runs, but fell right near the end on their ski line 5 back, and score was a little bit down. And Dorian went out and stomped 2 really good passes. He missed a couple tricks in the toe pass, but had really good result there. But again, we didn't quite get the conditions for the jump event, and we had to end up canceling that. And they went out and put on a show anyway for the crowd. We had a decent crowd, and then we had a storm come in right after that. But yeah, in all, it was a great first round, and we saw some great skiing.
And I guess we have for sure also the recap pictures from yesterday, and I think we should tune in and have a little look on what happened yesterday.
So I don't know if we're seeing that right now, but yeah, just play some of the. Okay, so do we have a picture on the webcast? Okay. Do we want to do the recap again? Okay.
Auch natürlich an alle Zuseher und Zuseherinnen, die heute hier zu uns gekommen sind für den ganz, ganz großen Finaltag. Gestern ja der Semifinaltag und wir hatten hier sehr, sehr schwierige Verhältnisse, sehr viel Rückenwind, das dazu geführt hat leider, dass wir dieses Sprung-Event nicht durchführen haben können, aber nichtsdestotrotz die Athletinnen und Athleten, die sind rausgegangen am Dock und bereitet sich schon die erste Athletin vor. Das ist Carlotta Bonemann, die gestern beim Slalom 2 Bojen leider da zu einem Sturz gekommen mit Gegenwind. Die will natürlich heute noch mehr zeigen, denn sie hat einiges mehr drauf. Wir wissen das und so wie es jetzt mit den Verhältnissen ist, relativ ruhig hier. Nicht sehr, sehr viel Wind, also es ist einiges besser als gestern, der Tag mit den sehr starken Windböen am See.
Test. Yeah, so sorry a little bit. We were checking the audio on the live stream and we weren't quite sure if it was locked up or not. So I think we're all good. We're underway and the skiing will get underway.
Also die Probleme am Livestream, wir übertragen ja natürlich live auch in die weite Welt hinaus und deswegen werden Sie uns hier heute in Deutsch sowohl als Englisch immer hören. Nochmal kurz zum Modus beim Slalom. Wir haben 6 Bojen, die umrundet werden müssen mit einem Einfahrt und mit einem Exit-Tor. Und Carlotta Bonemann, die startet jetzt mit 13 Metern. As I understand it correctly, Carlotta starting with a rope length of 14 or 13 meters.
I believe she's starting at the 14-meter line length here. Yesterday, she tried to run a headwind 35 off a 12-meter line. She can run that pass, so we'll see how she goes today. A lot calmer conditions. Really nice start. The wind was, she's running a headwind here. The wind is similar today. Actually, when we got here, we were all excited because it was a headwind for jump. Supposedly later today, it's supposed to switch up and it's going to be hopefully a headwind, and that's what the skiers are hoping for.
Also der erste Durchgang, der hat gut hingehaut, 6 Bojen umrundet und jetzt verkürzt sie die Länge auf 13 meters. Also auf 13 Meter geht sie jetzt runter, Carlotta Bonemann.
So just to let everyone know, the course record here was set back in 2017 at the Open European Championships. Amber Frank from France ran 1 at the 10.75 line length. Pretty amazing score, and that's pretty good. You need really good conditions for that, and she's a specialist. Some of these skiers will see that they're strong in one event, weak in another event, and that's what the overall skier is trying to balance all those events. So here comes Carlotta on her second pass on the 13-meter. Nice tight line, really strong skier. She's just finished her degree in physical therapy, and she hasn't had a ton of time on the water. She has a couple injuries, like most of these skiers are all injured and skiing with some type of injury, but she's still a really strong competitor.
Also Carlotta Bonemann, die ja jetzt ihren Abschluss im Physiotherapiestudium gemacht hat, deswegen nicht allzu oft am Wasser gewesen, aber der zweite Durchlauf, der war ebenfalls wieder sehr, sehr sauber, sehr, sehr clear Und nochmal ganz kurz, wenn wir auf den Strecken oder on the Course Records, wenn wir da mal einen Blick drauf werfen, 2017 ist dieser aufgestellt worden von der Franzosin Emma Frank und die hat eine Boje bei 10,75 Meter Seillänge gemacht. Und um das ganz kurz zu verstehen, vom Mittelpunkt des Bootes, von der Seilaufhängung bis zu den Bojen raus sind es jeweils 11,50 Meter. Das bedeutet, sie ist hier fast einen Meter kürzer als wie der Abstand zu den Bojen ist. Und Carlotta, die geht jetzt weiter in die Seillänge von 12 Metern.
12 meter here. This is the pass that she messed up on yesterday with the conditions. Now she's approved. Big edge change in the 3-ball there, but down course just a bit. But getting right back in it at 5-ball, no problem, and finishing out that pass. So she's pretty pumped after yesterday.
Und da geht die Faust nach oben. Gestern ist sie bei der 12 Meter Seillänge leider gescheitert. Heute hat das ganz, ganz anders ausgesehen. Ohne Probleme diesen dritten Pass gemeistert und jetzt wird es natürlich nochmal kürzer. Wir gehen jetzt auf 11,25 Meter. 11 meters 25. The next rope length is kind of challenging.
Yeah, and that's actually where the rope doesn't actually meet the buoy anymore. It's 11.5. It's actually half a foot or 0.2 of a meter short of the buoy. So you actually have to use your body to get around the ball. And this is where it really gets difficult. And if you're a short skier, like most of the girls and myself, I wasn't a great slalom skier, so this is definitely a hard event if you're on the short side. Really important start needed at 38 off here. Bit of a tailwind, kind of through the middle. She could have been tighter to the right-hand gate ball. Big turn at 2. Oh, and losing the line.
Also leider, das hat jetzt nicht mehr hingehauen, aber nichtsdestotrotz einen kräftigen Applaus für Carlotta Bonemann. Give a big hand for Carlotta Bonemann.
So we noticed there that when she ran around the ball, the way we score this is when there's a down the buoy line, as you get outside the buoy line, you get a quarter. If you round the back side of the buoy, that's a half, and if you get back to the wake, that's a full point. And there she actually got out on a round and made the turn, so she's just going to get the half point there, not the full point. And yeah, so good score, 1.5, and that's a really, really good start for her overall score.
Also die Bewertung hier natürlich, die ist etwas komplizierter und um das ganz kurz zu erklären, wenn die Athletin aus dieser Bootlinie rauskommt in Richtung Boje, kriegt sie eine Hälfte, also einen Viertelpunkt. Wenn sie um die Boje rumkommt, einen halben Punkt. Und wenn sie wieder zurück in die Mittellinie kommt, ein ganzer Punkt.
Really beautiful shot of the site. It's a really nice site to ski at. The water is absolutely crystal clear. It actually, in one of the event, like in the trick event, it's actually very difficult because the wake is really transparent and it's hard to find the top of the wake. You get beautiful photos from here, but sometimes at the events it's a little bit harder. And the water's a little bit colder here, so it tends to be a little bit harder to slalom here, which when the water's colder, it makes the water a little bit harder. So the ski sits higher, so you end up picking up speed. But usually a place that is a good slalom site is not a good jump site, and vice versa. If this is a better jump site, then it is a slalom site.
So many, many things playing here together to really show an outstanding performance, and we're looking forward to see an outstanding performance from the Italian athlete Elise Bagnoli from Milano. And she started with when she was 6 years old to water ski and to compete 2 years after, with 8 years, the first competition. She's starting with a rope length of, Jared?
I believe she's starting at the 14-meter line. Same start. Ooh, deep one ball. these usually the first couple passes is to feel out the conditions, trying to set yourself up to make your hard pass come into the headwind. Solid pass from Alicia there.
Also mit 14 Metern Seillänge ist Alice Bagnoli gestartet. Jetzt wird das Seil eingeholt und um 1 Meter verkürzt. Also die nächste Runde, die ist dann bei 13 Metern.
So Alicia did very well at the Europeans a couple weeks ago. At the Open Europeans, she came second, and that's a really, really strong finish. She's a really strong slalom skier. Of the 3 events, her best event is probably the slalom event, so she needs a solid score here to keep the race close in the overall competition. Nice strong gate. A little bit late on the gate, not straight on top of the right-hand gate ball, but feeling things out. She's backsiding the buoys here. Really good edge changes, swinging out, keeping the line tight, even in the tailwind there.
Also wiederum ein top gemeisterter zweiter Pass und währenddessen Alice Bagnoli das Seil wieder verkürzt, dürfen wir natürlich auch recht herzlich den Bürgermeister von Fischelham und den Nationalratabgeordneten Klaus Lindinger begrüßen. Freut uns auch sehr, dass das Interesse bei der Politik hier vielleicht geweckt werden kann und den Wasserskisport in Österreich hier nochmal einen ganz, ganz großen Schub zu geben. Denn wenn wir auf diesen See hinausblicken, diese Action, die ist nicht vergleichbar mit anderen Sportarten. Also hier ist das Können der Athletinnen gefragt und Athleten in 3 verschiedenen Disziplinen. Nächste Seillänge für Alice Bagnoli, das ist 12 Meter. Gestern ist sie bei 4 Bojen mit 12 Metern gescheitert. Wir sind gespannt, wie es ihr heute geht. Yesterday she had a crash while 4 buoys at 12 meters, and we're looking forward to see how she managing it today.
Yeah, really good start here. She got the 4 ball, so here she's surpassed that now and getting a little wheelie out of 5 ball, but still a solid pass. Running a headwind 35. It's going to be difficult to run that 11 downwind, but I think she's capable of that. I think she knows that. She probably set that up and is planning to run that downwind, which will set her up for the 39 pass into the headwind, which would be a great overall score for her.
Bis jetzt haben wir es eben gesehen an den Leistungen der beiden, die jetzt schon gestartet sind. Die Verhältnisse und die Bedingungen, die sind um einiges besser als gestern. Blicken wir nochmal zurück. Charlotte Bonemann 1,5 Bojen bei 11,25 Meter und Alice Bagnoli, die will jetzt natürlich wieder die 6 Bojen bei einer Seillänge von 11,25 Meter schaffen.
So Alicia came back in on the 11-meter line. Rope does not reach the buoy anymore. She's having to use her body. Good turn on 2 ball. Decent 3 ball, losing a little bit through the wakes and just not being able to get a good edge change into 4 ball there, but I think she squeaked around that and is going to get the full point as she got back to the wake. When you round the buoy, to get back to the wake, to get the full point, you have to do it before the next set of boat guides. And she was out there and she was scrambling and she got back to the wakes, and I believe she's going to get the full point.
Wir warten jetzt hier auf den offiziellen Score für Alice Bagnoli.
So they're awarding her 3.5. So she got outside the buoy, but didn't get back to the wake in time and didn't quite get through those gate balls before the next set of gate balls. And great score, though. Good overall score. And sets her up for a good competition here.
So as we all know, it's an overall competition and every three disciplines go hand to hand to be on the top of the podium. So is there any athlete as good in the three different disciplines than the others?
Yeah, Janina is actually very balanced athlete. She's very good in all her events. A lot of skiers, you'll see them excel in one event over the other. This event for Janina, she's a bit shorter, really still strong slalom skier, but her best event is probably the trick event. She's a really strong jumper as well, but you'll find that in some of the athletes. Usually everybody's got definitely a weak event. So she started at 14-meter line, same as the other girls, so the conditions are going to be roughly the same, headwind, tailwind, and she's got a clean pass there. So that's kind of a warm-up for her, definitely easier than yesterday's conditions. And she ended up with 2 at 11 yesterday, so she definitely wants to at least get that, as she's a strong in the jump event, but she needs to stay close to Alice in the slalom event here.
Also gestern ist sie bei 2 Bojen, 11 Metern gelandet. Das will sie natürlich heute überbieten.
14 meter point 25. Oh, it's 14.
55, that's the K, the speed of the boat.
No, it was 6 buoys at 14 meter 25. I was standing on there underneath. There's something wrong.
So here comes Janina at the 13-meter line. A lot of the athletes are always kind of late on the gate here. I don't know if that end, they're running in a bit fast. But she's turning tight on top of the buoys here. Wind's kind of backed off a bit. Really solid second pass. So a beautiful shot. If you're watching on your phone or on the webcast on a crane over on the other side, you know, this lake is a beautiful backdrop, and we want to thank all the sponsors for helping out. Ravenol stepped up and has helped out last year, and we really appreciate them being involved again. Red Bull, a couple of years ago, we sat down with them, and they said that they would help out the sport, and we're trying to get things off the ground, and we're testing a lot of new things, so we really appreciate them coming in and trying to help our sport go to the next level. White Cross is a great company out of Canada. It's they've helped out, and we really appreciate their support at this event as well. So here comes Janina back at the 12-meter line length. A must pass for her. Good solid gate. Jumped on the inside a little bit on one. Still looking really good. Big 5-ball and out through the gates, and that's a really good pass. That was a must-pass run for her. She would be pretty happy about that. If she would have fell on that, that would have made the overall competition a little bit hard to come back from.
Also ein ganz, ganz wichtiger Durchgang für Janina war das jetzt bei der 12-Meter-Line. Wenn sie jetzt hier gestürzt wäre, dann wäre es schon sehr, sehr schwierig geworden, diese Overall Competition hier für sich zu entscheiden. Ein wundervolles Setup, das wir hier haben am Planersee in Fischelham.
So Alicia at 3.5 here, anything past 2 ball, if she can get close to Alicia. Alicia is a really strong slalom skier and she set the pace. Janina knows that here. She's going to need to get a really good start. Wind has calmed down a bit, so that's going to help. But it is really key to get a good gate here. Be right on top of the right-hand gate ball. Big 1 ball, really nice. Gets a little bit of slack out of 2. I think she slid outside of 3, and she's going to get the full point. Unofficial, though. We'll wait for the call.
Einen kräftigen Applaus hier wieder für die nächste und die dritte Dame im Bunde, die Vorjahressiegerin Janina Bonemann. So the crowd is pretty much psyched here to watch an outstanding water ski competition, and this was the third athlete in a row competing at the 12-meter line, Janina Bonemann.
So official 3, buoys at that line length.
Hi guys, I'm Dorian Llewellyn. I'm here with Janina and Carlotta Bonemann. We're out here testing some new Camaro gear, but as always, we love our Camaro titanium suits.
This is a Camaro titanium suit. It's super flexible and stretchy. It feels like a second skin. You wear it and you feel like you have nothing on and you can move freely. Like even the longer one is a little bit thicker, keeps you a little bit warmer, but it's like, it feels like you're wearing nothing and you can move freely and just perform the best you can.
And since it's that flexible, it's really good to put on, zip it up, put it back off whenever you're done skiing.
Not only that, and not only will you look stylish going down the lake, but also there's no drag on the suit. Water just runs straight off of it, keeps you warm. So in general, I think you're gonna have your best set ever with the Camaro Titanium Pro suit.
And we are back here again in Fischelham Planersee. We've seen the three girls competing in the slalom event, and we have another score to tell all the spectators on site and off on the webcast for sure from Janina.
Yeah, she's got the 3 balls, so she's just behind Alicia with the 3.5. They're very tight, which sets up a great overall competition. Carlotta back at 1.5. Great performance for her. She's a strong overall skier. So we saw great slalom skiing all that round. And we just saw some pictures from the sponsors and Upper Austria there. And absolutely beautiful here in Austria. I've spent many years here, and it's definitely something that should be on your bucket list is when you're going to visit Austria, to see all, everything there is to see here.
For sure, it was a beautiful spot, and when we look back here onto the lake, we have also a perfect setup, and the next one who is going to use this setup is the young Austrian competitor Carlo Basic from Carinthia.
Yeah, Carlo yesterday actually missed his 13-meter pass. He tried to run tail and he went a little bit easy. Wind was pushing him. I think he just misjudged it and ended up losing the handle out the gates, and definitely an upset. But that it's not going to affect his score here today if he gets a solid run. And Carlo has had an injury a couple weeks ago. He went to the European Championships, had a little mishap in the practice and crashed in jumping, so he is a little bit injured, but he's sucking it up and coming out here and showing us a good performance.
That's the thing. I just wanted to tell you that he had really a big crash in a practice jump event, and he said he's a little bit sore. He have to keep it a little bit slower here and quieter here. But anyways, he's on for a show, and he's also hungry to compete here in the Austrian Battle. Also den ersten, den wir jetzt bei den Herren gesehen haben, das war der junge Kärntner, 23 ist er alt, 5 Jahre lang hat er in Amerika gewohnt und dort auch studiert und dort einige große Titel einfahren können. Das ist Carlo Basic, die erste Runde, die hat er perfekt gemeistert. Gestern ja leider bei den 13 Metern gestürzt nach 5,5 Bojen, aber vor gut 2 Wochen war er bei den European Meisterschaften, Europameisterschaften in Griechenland und hatte da einen ganz schweren Sturz beim Training, beim Sprung, und jetzt geht's auch schon wieder rein in den zweiten Run. He's on for his second pass.
Yeah, here's his 14 pass. Should be an easy walk for him. Oh, a little break there on 4 ball. Back in it at 5. No problem for Carlo. Feeling out the conditions. He's pretty happy. He messed that up yesterday, so that was a bit embarrassing for him, so he stepped it up.
And he is a little showman too. He's trying to heat up the crowd here. Also der versucht natürlich auch jetzt ein bisschen die Stimmung anzuheizen in Fischelham, denn was für Leistungen wir hier sehen, wie viel Druck und wie viel Kräfte da auf diesen Körper einwirken, das ist enorm, wie wir das sehen. You can see how hard it is, how many G-forces are going into that body in the turns.
Yeah, definitely. We're watching the replay. If you have your phone, get it out, pull up WorldWaterSkiers.com and hit the event page, and you can watch along what we're seeing. Here's the replay. Carlo's leaving his ski behind a little bit. When you make your edge change, you want to get your ski pulling through the wake. Definitely on these next couple passes, he needs to have his feet passing through a little bit earlier. His ski's trailing a little bit, and it's pushing him down course a little bit. So we'll see how Carlo does on the 12-meter pass here. Really important, good start. Kind of through the middle. Good 1 ball. Good edge change. Whoa, deep, and gets pulled up out of 2. Back in it at 3. Oh, little wheelie out of 4. Oh, he's down. unfortunately going down there at 5 ball.
Leider wieder hier ein Sturz, den wir gesehen haben, aber wir haben es ganz kurz im Livestream, im Webcast gesehen, da ist die Hand nach oben gegangen. Es scheint also alles in Ordnung zu sein bei Carlo. Unfortunately, another crash here, like the same he had yesterday, but he managed to have around 4 buoys at 12 meters. We are waiting here for the official result.
Yeah, definitely there. He got pulled up at 2 ball, lost a lot of angle. He's way down course at 3 ball, pulls extra hard into 4. Then he just gets on the tail, and he's got no angle going into 5, and he's going to do an all-desperate reach out there and is inside the ball, and they've awarded him 4 balls on the 12-meter pass.
Und bei dieser Geschwindigkeit wird das Wasser dann schon härter hier. Also wir sehen ihn, er kommt herein. Einen kräftigen Applaus für Carlo Basic.
So we just see the weather there. It's was a little bit windier earlier today, a little bit of tailwind, and the boys want to see, or the girls, everybody, all the jumpers want to see the wind switch around. We want the wind in our face, so they're hoping that that's going to switch around a little bit later. It's supposed to storm again, so but usually when it gets a little bit stormy here, you tend to get a headwind. So the skiers will definitely be happy if that happens. It's settled down. It's down a bit, so that's good for the slalom event. And we'll see how the rest of the competition goes on.
And the next one who's in the water is Paul Dublon-Fribourg, 18 years old, 18 years young. Let me say he is just coming back from the European Championships where he scored the 2nd place. And he's starting with 13-meter rope length. Also der geht gleich auf die 13 Meter. Paul Dublon-Fribourg, der 18 Jahre junge Franzose, der hier natürlich den Pro-Athleten, den größeren, um nichts nachsteht. Wir haben es gestern gesehen, zum Beispiel beim Sprung-Event, Single-Card-Sprung, ist er derjenige gewesen mit der Tageshöchstweite.
Yeah, yesterday he started at the 14-meter line with the conditions and opting up to go to the 13. He's definitely a strong boy, pretty tall, but like you said, a youngster, but coming on super strong. His older brother Louis was going to be here this weekend, and he had an injury. One of the best overall skiers in the world has an injury and is sitting out trying to get healthy for the World Championships that is coming in October. So a lot of these skiers have injuries, but he definitely had one that sidelined him, and we wish he would have been here today. He's on site actually, but this is a family affair, and you'll find that in the sport. There's so many great families, brothers and sisters that get in the sport. His younger brother actually just won the Junior European, so it incredible family and do very well at the high level. We'll watch the replay here if you...
yeah, we're watching just the replay, and how smooth does he look with the 13-meter length?
Yeah, definitely the first couple passes is feel out the conditions. Conditions are nice. And he looks really strong there. Good start, good warm-up. Always sets the nerves when you go out there and the conditions are pretty good and you get a good start. So here we go, 12-meter line. Definitely a need to run pass. Great start there. Good edge change. Got the ski, swinging it out, keeping the line tight. Ooh, a little break there at 4 ball, but backing it at 5 and no problem.
Also die 12-Meter Leine, die hat er auch ganz locker hier meistern können. 1, 2 kleine Hiccups, aber im Großen und Ganzen wiederum ein ganz lockerer Pass für Paul Dublon-Fribourg, und der geht jetzt auf 11,25 Meter. And the next rope length will be 11,25 Meter, right?
Correct. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we're just watching pole on the replay here. You'll definitely see different styles in all these skiers, especially on the gate setups. Some guys do a one-handed gate, two-handed gate, but ultimately you watch them how strong they go through the wakes.
And you're also seeing them always pushing up the hip against the handlebar to come out of the turn correctly and to, for sure, put up some speeds for the next gate.
For sure, that's the power zone behind the boat. You definitely need to get your hips up if you're going to get out to the buoy line and get the width on the ball. So big pass here. Oh, really deep at 1. Oh, trouble at 2 and just losing all the angle. Had a trouble right from the get-go and tried to make up and just could not make it up.
Also nach 2 Bojen, da hat er es leider nicht mehr geschafft, aber wieder zurück in die Bootlinie gekommen und natürlich warten wir wieder auf den offiziellen Score für Paul Duplon-Fribourg.
You saw there he went kind of through the center of the gate. Not too bad of a gate, but dropped inside the line at 1 ball and then just broke forward and lost a lot of angle. Had to pull extra long into 2 ball, and then again he needed a big turn. He knew it, and he tried, and he ended up wheeling and lost more angle, and then that was all it rode. You can make a mistake, and if you get back into it on the next pass, you might get back into it. But 2 mistakes in a row, you're pretty much done at that rope length.
Yesterday had also a big crash at 2 at 11 with tailwind. I guess it was tailwind, so it was really, really hard for them, and it was a really big crash, and we were happy that he's not that sore, he just said early in the morning. And yeah, this is the big applause for the young competitor out of France, Paul Duplon-Fribourg.
Yeah, give it up for him. Huge crash, like you said yesterday, and he's back out here. This kid is definitely strong, and this kid you're going to see for years and years to come at 18 years and putting the pressure on these, veterans. Well, it's funny, a lot of these skiers on the dock, they're so young, I still think hard for me to say that they're veterans, but these guys are the best overall skiers in the world.
And they also have a really, really strict schedule. And he just said here before, and he said tomorrow morning he have to fly to America to compete in the Junior Worlds and then to compete in the Under 21 Worlds. So it's really, really tough for them. And yeah, you can just pull your head and say chapeau to the performances we're able to see here, and we have the opportunity to see here in Fischlham.
Yeah, these skiers are doing a couple sets in each event each day. 4 sets, then they're going to weight train, and every event pulls on another event. Slalom is all about back, jumps all about your hips and leg strength, and tricks you got to be nimble and limber, and all these events play on each other, and these athletes are constantly trying to stay and stretch and stay healthy just to get it to the next competition. And you just want to be in the groove, and going into a big world championships, you want to make sure you're healthy.
And the next one coming up, probably the world's best slalom skier from Great Britain, Rob Hazelwood. Der nächste im Wasser, das ist wahrscheinlich einer der besten Slalomfahrer der Welt. Aus Großbritannien kommt der 23 Jahre jung Robert Hazelwood.
Yeah, Robert is a super strong slalom skier. This is probably his best event. He qualified for the U.S. Masters this year as a youngster, beating out some of the top guns, and there was a qualifying this year for the U.S. Masters. Because of the COVID, not a lot of skiers had performances, and they had these qualifying events, and it was impressive to see a lot of the young skiers up and coming all making it to the Masters, and Robert was one of them. And being that a specialist event, an overall skier taking a specialist event away from another skier is pretty awesome.
And when we take a little look on yesterday's results, Rob was at 2.5 buoys at 11 meters, and we have just seen the score to beat is 2 buoys at 11.25 from Paul Duplon.
Yeah, definitely disappointing yesterday. That's not the performance that he wanted. He jumped on the inside edge coming into 3-ball, and it was pretty choppy, and this fin just blew out. So definitely not the score that he wanted, but he's going to change that today.
Also der will natürlich einiges gut machen gegenüber gestern. Da war er nicht sehr zufrieden. Da ist er bei 2,5 Bojen bei 11 Metern gelandet und der ist heiß drauf, hier diesen Pass dann auch wieder mit den 6 Bojen zu Ende zu fahren.
Well, we were talking a little bit too much, and Robert came off the dock with straight up 12-meter line. That's pretty impressive. And then setting himself up, wanted to run the 39 down this wind, and comes back and runs that 38 off. So I was not expecting that. And right here, we're watching the replay from the first pass, which was his 12-meter, which I thought was a 13. So coming off the dock cold and going straight into the 35, pretty impressive.
12 meters, now he did 11 meters, 6 buoys, and then now he goes to 10.75, right? Yeah.
Also der hat jetzt schon mit 12 Metern angefangen, hat jetzt gestern dieses Klassement wieder überboten, 6 Bojen bei 11,25 Meter und die nächste kürzere Line, die liegt bei 10,75 Meter.
So the rope's actually 2.5 feet short here. He needs a huge start. Big, huge 2-ball, just impressive. Getting outside of 4, losing some angle. Oh, getting outside of 5. Oh my God, incredible. He is pumped. Give it up for Rob.
Also das war eine phänomenale Leistung für den Briten Rob Hazelwood und der ist selber total begeistert jetzt. Und jetzt wird es nochmal kürzer. Jetzt geht er auf 10,25 Meter und der Rekord bei den Herren hier am Planersee, der ist auch 2017 aufgestellt worden von Freddy Winter und der war bei 5 Bojen 10,25 Meter.
We're just watching here, watch the replay. Huge 2-ball and almost gets pulled up. Gets back into it at 3. I think he gets another. Oh, he loses the line. Lots of angle. Could not believe he got outside of 5-ball here. And then just drops in and pulls out the 6-ball. Just incredible. And Rob really needs that. This is his strong event. And he pulled it off. And this is looking so exciting for the overall competition.
Carlo Basic, der steht hinter uns, der kann es auch nicht glauben, der Satz, den er gerade gesagt hat, this is insane.
Yeah, just 1 ball at 41, the 10.25, 4 feet short of the buoy. When we watch the replay, if we bring it up here, you can see that he goes right through the middle of the gate. Definitely late on that gate. A lot of the skiers are having problems at that end. Water is pretty fast, pretty cold. I think they're overshooting the gate here. He pulls out. Looking good on the setup. Turns in kind of through the middle. Not too bad. Better than I thought, but just does not get a turn out of 1 ball. And if you don't get a good turn and get your hips up to the handle, get good edge change, you're basically done at that length.
How intense is that competition? We have Rob Hazelwood right now with 1 buoy at 10.25 meters. And I guess that's another applause for the young British competitor, Rob Hazelwood.
So next skier up on the water, Dorian Llewellyn. Definitely a strong slalom skier, can run that pass that Rob just ran as well. The 39 at the 10.75, but that puts a lot of pressure on you when you know that this is a must-do. And Dorian's coming out here. Rob started at the 35 off or the 12-meter line, and Dorian coming out here on the 13-meter line, opting to change it up a little bit of strategy. Hopefully that pays off for him.
Und der nächste im Wasser, der Vorjahressieger, das ist Dorian Llewellyn, der jetzt mit der 13 Meter Line gestartet ist.
Definitely, Dorian is not the most tallest individual, and that's probably my wife's and my fault for sure. But he's a really strong slalom skier. Does some big performances. All his events are really strong in all of the disciplines, and he's been knocking on the door for the world overall record quite a few times. And you know, world records don't come out very often, and he's setting himself up to have the opportunity.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is Dorian listed second in the overall ranking and Rob fifth in the overall ranking?
Yes, that is true. Yep, and
so that's why when you see how it takes to be in front of the ranking, and now Dorian's going on with the 12-meter line.
Yeah, the top skier in the world right now ranked Joel Poland. Geez, I hit my head a lot. And Joel is actually just broke the world record. The competition at the next World Championships is absolutely going to be incredible with Rob, Dorian, Louis, Joel. It's just going to be an unbelievable competition, and we wish Joel was here this weekend. Joel had a little bit of an accident, had a jump crash at a pro event a few weeks ago and kind of sidelined a little bit, but we definitely watch these guys go out at this weekend. We wish he was here.
Also auch die 12 Meter Line hat er bravourös gemeistert, geht jetzt runter auf 11 Meter 25. Next road length will be 11 meters and 25.
Yeah, watching the replay here, Dorian backside in the buoys, a little bit wheelie out of the two ball. Mostly feeling out on this pass. Good edge changes. Good swing out, keeping the line tight. Actually, when it's calm here, you can see there's a little bit of movement. There's a little bit of rollers out there, and sometimes when there's a little bit of wind, it knocks that down, and we're seeing a little bit of movie. The water's a little bit high with all the rain that they've had, but still really good conditions for these athletes.
Way better than yesterday.
A little scary yesterday. The jumpers were like, I don't want to go out in that, but here we go. Dorian at 11.25. Rope does not reach the buoy anymore. Needs a great start. Great one ball. Loses the line a little bit out of two. Not a great three ball. Needs a big four. Another big, oh! Going down on 5. That's a big upset for Dorian.
Nach den 5 Bojen, die jetzt gefahren ist, ist leider hier zu Sturz gekommen. Da hat es so ausgesehen, als wie die Spitze untergetaucht ist. It looked like that the tip just dived away.
Yeah, he had a great one ball here. Great start. Good edge change into two ball. Just stands on the tail. Loses a little bit. Not too bad. Gets a great, not the best three ball. Loses angle out of 3. Down course. Needs a big 4 and doesn't get it. Wheelies on it. 2 mistakes in a row. Comes up short into 5. And just inside the line, and definitely cannot hang on to that. So all she wrote, and that was a big pass. That's a pass that with Rob skiing as well as he did, Dorian needed that pass. So that's going to put some pressure on Dorian. He's going to need to dig deep and pull out. Trick event is where Dorian can gain some ground, and the two of them are going to go at it head-to-head and jump.
Nichtsdestotrotz schenken wir auch natürlich Dorian einen ganz kräftigen Applaus. Der hat jetzt nochmal eine Aufgabe aufbekommen für die nächsten beiden Events. Da muss er jetzt richtig anpacken. Aber, lieber Dorian, dein Applaus. Give a big hand for Dorian Llewellyn.
Yeah, so the leaderboard there, Rob way out front, won at 10.25. And that's going to be a little bit of upset for Dorian to gain it back. But that's the way the overall competition. It's a roller coaster. It's up and down. One event goes great. Someone else has a bad event, and you just never know. You just can't count anybody out. It's still too early. We just don't know.
And we can see the current standing after the slalom competition. First from Great Britain, Rob Hazelwood. Second, Dorian Llewellyn from Canada. And third for the Frenchman, Paul Dublon-Fribourg. And yes, we hop on to some commercials and we will be back soon with the Jump event. Und für alle, die hier on site sind, for all the spectators on site, we have a kids show coming up here on the Planersee Fischlham.
Ravenol, the lifeblood of your car.
If they muted the tone on the podcast, if I'm able to speak here.
And we're seeing the bright future of the Austrian water skiers hier. Also, die Zukunft der österreichischen Wasserskisportler, die sehen wir jetzt hier am Planersee. Einen kräftigen Applaus für die junge Dame. And we are back live, I guess. So we're seeing the next competitor getting ready for the big jump event, and it will be Carlotta Bonemann. As you know, yesterday we unfortunately had to cancel the jump event due to strong tailwind, and today's condition looks way better, and we're looking forward to see hopefully destroyed records here at the Planersee.
Yeah, for sure. We've been heard the weather might be switching and it might be raining later and the wind might pick up. So We've opted to run the jump event. We couldn't run jump event yesterday. Conditions are pretty good, not ideal. What we'd like to have a headwind, but they're pretty darn good. So they're gonna go with that, and a little bit different. Traditionally, we usually do the slalom trick jump, and it's a little different for the athletes because it changes up the strategy. If one event is your strong event, or if jump was your strong event, that's an advantage to you. Now, when you switch it up, it gives the advantage to the trick event. So, again, overall, it's a roller coaster ride. So you never know what's going to happen, and we're seeing it all unfold here.
It's a roller coaster ride of emotions for sure, not just for the athletes, also for the spectators on a side. We can see it behind us. A lot of people are already here at the Planersee. Rob Hazelwood is smiling and happy about his slalom competition. Just come here, have a seat, and have a little talk with Rob Hazelwood.
Yeah, well done. Like couple huge turns. I was just like, oh my God, you're gonna pull out of that. Then you were like back in it. So a lot of things going on that pass.
Yeah, that was pretty aggressive skiing, we'll go with. I was pretty nervous. The weather has been a little bit questionable the last few days, so I was nervous about how I felt. It kind of ruins your confidence when you have 2 bad sets. I don't think I ran an 11 or 38 in the last 2 days, so I was like, you just got to trust yourself. The conditions are a lot better out there today. You got to go out there at 12. I know that slalom's my best event. We all know that. Like, if I don't ski well in slalom, then I don't have a chance in overall tournament against Dorian. So I knew I had to go out there, be aggressive, take my 10 head, and see what I could get out of it. But
I actually wasn't paying attention. Didn't realize that you started at 12. Then I thought maybe you started at 13. You opted up. Well, would you normally just go straight out at 35, or you don't like to opt up? What was the game plan there?
To be honest, I don't really know. I mean, I don't really like opting up. I don't play with it that much in practice. I probably should. But I had some great tournaments at the start of the season, and they kept making us go out at 12 or 35. So I was like, well, it worked for me then, so it's got to work for me today. Like I say, trust yourself. The conditions are a lot better. And you get a little tired, you get a little bit repetitive. Tournament slalom is nerve-wracking. Your legs get shaky. You get nervous the more you go on. So if I do my 3rd pass and I'm at 12, it's like, oh my God, I got so many more to go. I got 12, 11, 10, 10-2. Whereas if I go out at 12, I'm on my 3rd pass, it's like, oh, we're at 10-7 already. Like, this is it. We're here. No more nervousness. You just got to go for it. So I think that's why I like it, but still playing around. But yeah, I think I preferred over opting up.
The water's a little bit chilly. Do you feel like your ski's running? I don't know. That end, everybody seemed to be late on the gates. I just don't know. Is it this site fairly hard to ski at, or pretty decent?
I think the reason that everyone's a little kind of messed up, I know why I am. Like I say, the conditions, I've only been here for 3 days. I know the others, Dorian and the girls, have been here a little longer. But I've only been here for 2 days, so I haven't quite got the chance to get used to it. It's been super windy, and obviously it's been going the other way and coming back. So our gates are kind of a little bit lost. It's a big lake, it's an open lake, the water's super clear, it's a mastercraft that I don't ski behind too often. But it's pretty beautiful. It's like home, really, just cold. a little bit deeper, a little bit England's pretty cold. But no, it's a lot of fun. It's a great sight when the weather's playing ball, and hopefully it seems to be today.
So they've opted to go jumping now. That's a bit odd for the traditional setup, but what do you think of that?
I mean, I don't know. There's not many tournaments where you do 3 rounds in 3 hours, so it's a little weird to start off with. It's good. I like it. It keeps everyone.
But you're young and in shape, supposedly.
Oh, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I love it. Gets it all. You don't have to be sitting around for 5 days at a tournament to ski twice. You can get it all done within 3 hours, and it's good. I mean, there's no time to get nervous. Get a Red Bull down, you get yourself energized for jump, and yeah, I mean, the conditions are a tailwind, but I think we decided that it's going to get windier later on. It may change, so we may be tricking in a headwind, but I think it's worth the risk. It's not too bad now. It's a little bit of a tailwind, but we can deal with it, hopefully. So I think everyone's made the right call.
Well, that's great. Dorian had a little mishap, didn't get quite the start, and definitely makes the overall race interesting. You got a huge lead, so we'll see how that plays out. That's good, great skiing, and it's good to see. That's what overall is all about.
Yeah.
It's great to see.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Cool. I think skiers are down on the dock, and everybody's getting ready to go. So I guess we're just waiting on the boat, everything to get back into position, and skiers are ready to go. So actually we got Dorian down on the athlete couch here, and definitely not what you were thinking. Game plan, now everything switches up.
I don't know, not really. I mean, that was really dumb. The only game plan right now is get my head back in the game, and I don't know, there was no reason to do that. I was fine, and then I just safety turned 4, and I came into 5 a little late, but I don't know, I don't know if I panicked or what, I just fell over. But I guess, yeah, now it's go out and have a big jump, and that's always the game plan. So nothing changes yet. We'll see what happens later in tricks. That's where you could probably change some stuff if I need to, but I'm planning on putting a big one out there now.
And switching up the jump event, it's a little bit different. Switching gears here. Like the call, is that the skier's decision? Was that a last-minute call?
Yeah, it was tournament decision. Just, you know, the rain's supposed to come in later, wind might get stronger, and it looked pretty nice while we were slalom, and it was, which is why I'm so annoyed right now that I didn't slalom well. I mean, obviously Rob showed you how well you could ski out there, and I knew coming into this that Rob was going to be strong in slalom. I mean, he's one of the best slalom skiers in the world, so not shocked to be behind in slalom, but I definitely wanted to still be right there with him or ahead of him even after slalom. So just really disappointed, but like I said, it looks nice out there and time to boot a big one.
Yeah, that's what makes the overall competition. You put yourself in a little bit of a hole, but you got opportunity. You're going into your best events, so that's something to look forward to, and it's definitely exciting up here to see everybody go at it. Just get your head back in the game and put on a good competition for these crowd. There's a good crowd out here.
Yeah, no, this will make things interesting for sure. I mean, you never know what's going to happen in an overall tournament, and that's exactly what people mean when they say that is exactly what just happened to me out there in slalom. I don't know. I don't miss that pass very often, and so, yeah, it's not ideal, but that's overall for you.
Well, good luck, and go get prepared for jump and go boot one.
Also, wie wir jetzt von Dorian gehört haben, nicht ganz ideal gewesen, aber das ist es manchmal bei großen Wettkampftagen. Da muss natürlich alles zusammenspielen, da muss der Kopf in der richtigen Position sein, und der ist jetzt heiß auf einen ganz, ganz großen Sprung. Wir hoffen natürlich, dass wir hier weite Sprünge sehen, und die Athleten, die haben gestern schon gesagt, die wollen an die 70 Meter hier herankommen, und ja, overall sehen wir jetzt gerade, Jared, just please explain out there all the watchers and viewers what we see here.
So it shows now the leaderboard comes up with the overall competition, with Rob clearly in the lead. The top skier gets the 1,000 points, and then it's a percentage under that. Dorian ends up with 845 points at 4.5. Pole at 800. Carlo coming in at 727. So that's where the leaderboard, and as the event goes on, you're going to see that thing move around. But Rob definitely out in the lead, and that's what it's all about. It's get the 1,000 points.
Get the 1,000 points, like you said, and we're seeing the first athlete in the water for the big jump. Also, die erste Athletin, die ist im Wasser. Das ist der Carlotta Bohnemann, die sich jetzt bereit macht für ihr Sprung-Event.
Yeah, Carlotta coming out here. The ramp is at 5.5 feet, 170. It's the pro level for jump. The junior skiers, when you first start out, you can lower the ramp down to 5 foot, 150, and you could lower it a little bit as the kids start in the event, but then you move it up. You move your speed up, and the women are coming out here at 54K, 33 miles an hour is their top speed, and they're on a 5.5 foot ramp. So the men are on a 6 foot ramp. So the ramp is 180, 182, and it definitely a bigger incline, and they're at a faster boat speed. So the danger factor goes up, the G-forces go up, and that's just why you see the big distances. But Carlotta, solid jumper, hasn't had a ton of time on the water. She has a little bit of a knee injury. She doesn't jump 5.5 feet all the time. So she's been ramping up as she came here and trained, and we'll see her go at it.
Also die Höhe der Rampe, die beträgt 1,70 Meter. Für die Damen, bei den Herren wird es dann schon 1,80 Meter, 1,85 Meter. Und ja, wir sind gespannt auf den ersten Sprung von Carlotta Bonemann.
So each jumper gets 3 jumps. This is her first attempt. She's doing a 3/4 cut. We call this a modified semi-cut. Sitting back a little bit, not getting just feeling things out. I'll try to explain that a little bit better as you see a skier that pulls out on the left side of the boat at the other end, and we call that the 5 and 600. It's the timing buoy where they set up, and then they countercut across and try to get up on the boat as wide as you can. She did not do that. She did a modified, easier warm-up jump where we pull out just from the one side just to the right, and you don't get quite as wide, and you don't get the speed, so it's really hard to generate a lot of angle from there, and you just don't get the big distances.
Also 3 Sprünge haben die Athleten hier bei diesem Event, und natürlich die ersten Sprünge. Der erste Sprung, der stellt einen Warm-up-Sprung dar, um da genau das Timing hier finden zu können, um dann natürlich weit zu fliegen. So she is now in the turn for her second jump, and she was just testing things out, and we will see how far she will go now. First jump for Carlotta was
38.7 meters, so decent warm-up, sat back, see how she can improve here. This is a modified 3/4 cut. She rides her skis very well. Not a lot of time on the 5 and gets her legs there. Nice, solid jump. Carlotta's not her strongest event, but she's decent, needs a decent score to stay in the hunt for the overall competition.
Also die Weite für den ersten Sprung, die lag bei 38,7 Meter. Ist jetzt nicht unbedingt die stärkste Disziplin für Carlotta Bonemann, aber es ist eine Overall Competition. Die Athleten können nicht in alle 3 Disziplinen top sein, denn dafür ist dieser Trainingsaufwand einfach zu enorm. Wir warten jetzt auf die Weite für den zweiten Sprung. Die Weite, die ist hereingekommen, die liegt bei 40 Meter. Ein paar technische Probleme leider hier in Fischlham, aber hier wird akribisch daran gearbeitet, wieder alles hier auf Schiene zu bringen. We fortunately have some minor technical problems here, but the producers and everyone involved is working hard to get everything back on track here, and we have a picture again. Welcome back.
Yeah, a little technical issue. When you lose the internet, everything just shuts down. They had to do a reboot, so we apologize to everybody. Just held the skiers up. That's the beauty of having a small group, and everybody. The skiers actually need a break, but we're gonna put them back out on the water. Carlotta, I don't know if we can show the replay, but her last jump was a solid jump. It was her best jump. She built on each jump. So hopefully we got that replay, but I'm not quite sure if we lost that.
And we really have to say we're in a beautiful nature, beautiful surrounding here, and it's not a lot of infrastructure right here, and it's really a technical masterpiece to produce here such an outstanding webcast, and for sure also to organize that event, which is really, really important for all the waterski community here in Austria. Also, es ist wirklich eine Top-Sache hier, so ein Event hier auf die Beine zu stellen, um natürlich auch diese ganze Wasserski-Szene in Österreich hier noch mehr pushen zu können, um den Moment zu nutzen, um den Sport hier in die weite Welt hinauszubringen und natürlich auch in Österreich hier noch publiker zu machen. So, we're back here, we're waiting for Carlotta's third jump at the second event.
So we did get a final score. Carlotta did improve on each and every jump. Her third jump, 41.1.
Also, währenddessen wir jetzt im Webcast kein Bild hatten, in between we have no pictures on the webcast. Carlotta did her third jump and we have another best score for her. Also, der dritte Jump, der war bei 41,1 Meter für Carlotta Bohnemann. Also hier noch, and we have a perfect overview here on the side, and now you can see also us waving here. That's the speakers booth, the athletes lounge also, and what a scenery here in Austria, what a scenery here in Upper Austria, and the crowd is really ready to see the performance from all the athletes.
Yeah, a little break here with some technical. You can go grab a free beer and some pretzels, and all the ladies made some cakes. The desserts here are absolutely incredible in Austria, so definitely take this opportunity to go grab something so you don't miss anything on the water. We want to make a special thanks to all the sponsors involved. Ravenol Oil, thank you so much for stepping up and supporting us, and Camaro Wetsuits jumped in and helped out. They helped out last year. White Cross jumped in. We really appreciate their support this year. You can go online. When you hit the link on White Cross, you'll get a 15% discount for another month, and acquire as well. If you want to buy some clothing, Dorian has some clothing, some sportwear, some bathing suits. They're a gaming clothing line, so you'll get a discount from them. I want to say a special thanks to Central Nautique, Pierre Plouffe, back in Mount Tremblant. Thank you so much to you guys back there. I want to say a big shout out to the Breakfast Club. They have a bunch of guys that go out first thing, 7 o'clock in the morning. It's glass calm. They're on a big lake, but to get the glass water, they got to show up and ski at that time. So those are the diehards. Those are the people we really love in the sport. And thank you for your support. Corona hit. They helped us out, spreading the word, getting all the fans to come out. Wish the sun was a little bit better, but we had a good turnout yesterday, and today's a little bit overcast. And we definitely appreciate Red Bull for stepping up and allowing the sport to try new things. We're definitely got a lot of things. We're building the water ski hub. There's so many things on the background trying to make the technology and make the sport better for us to compete with big sports like football or soccer. And this is a stepping stone, and you have to have the opportunity to try to do new things. And but let's go back to the water. This is Alicia, again, doing a 3/4 cut. Nice, solid first jump. Gets her legs. Definitely another 3/4 cut. Not big jump. You'll watch Janina come out here and just attack it at, you know, just a different level. This is not Alicia's best event, but she's a solid skier. Anybody at this event, they're definitely incredible skiers. They ride their skis so well in all the disciplines, and you'll notice that it's something that you just can't appreciate is standing on a trick ski, you know, or standing behind a boat. And when you get out to ski, people just don't really realize these guys make it look so easy when they're out there. They just look so natural. But going out there and the first time you ski, it's a bit shocking on how actually difficult it is and how intense it is on your body. No matter what you do in the gym or how much time, if you go out and ski 15 minutes, I'm telling you, you're going to be sore the next day.
So that was the first jump for Alice. Und wie Jared gesagt hat, da muss man schon anständig fit sein, diese Kräfte auf dem Körper hier auch zu ertragen. Und die Weite für Alice bei ihrem ersten Sprung, die liegt bei 39,8 Meter, 39.8 meters for her first jump.
Yeah, good solid jump, 39.8. A little bit better start than Carlotta had, but still trailing behind Carlotta. See if she can improve and take the lead. Good solid cut. Oh, decides to let go. So we call that a balk, or, you know, a pass, and you have to pass on the outside. If you start to turn to the ramp and you change your mind and cut back on the inside, you get disqualified. That is an absolute no-no, and she came in and decided something was not quite right. She only loses that attempt. She loses the second jump, but she gets a third jump. So everybody gets 3 goes at the ramp.
Also 3 Sprünge für jeden Athleten oder jede Athletin, und Alice, die hat hier jetzt rausgezogen. Da ist wohl etwas nicht ganz so gelaufen, wie sie es sich erhofft hat, und wenn sie hier doch den Versuch gemacht hätte, auf die Rampe raufzufahren, dann wird sie sofort disqualifiziert. Aber neben der Rampe vorbeigegangen, ein dritter letzter Jump, den hat sie noch stehen und den wird sie auch nutzen.
So looking at the equipment, and if you're watching the webcast and you can see the screen, some of the equipment that the skiers have. The jump skis, all honeycomb, like an airplane wing, very expensive, $2,500 for a pair of skis. Jumpsuit, she's got an arm sling, a strap around her waist, and you could kind of see that the right arm is down in a sling, which allows the skier for the last cut to the ramp to really dig into the ramp, and it's supposed to lift the hip and gives you all this power into the base, so she gets a solid jump. That was nice. That definitely took over the lead there.
That was a massive one. Also das war ein richtig weiter Sprung, richtig wichtiger dritter Sprung für Alice Bagnoli. Und wenn man so einen Blick auf das Equipment wirft, das die Athleten hier anhaben, technische Raffinessen finden wir hier, und die sind alle aus Carbon und dem Material auch gemacht, wie Jared schon gesagt hat. Der Flugzeugflügel, die kosten dann da schon mal eine richtig große Stange Geld.
So nice solid third jump for Alice, 41.6. So she just takes over by 0.5 of a meter, taking the lead, and definitely a solid score with her what did she get? 3.5. So she's got a 3.5 at 11 and 41.6. Solid scores for her.
Also 41,6 Metern ist sie gesprungen. Wir erinnern uns zurück. Carlotta war bei 41,1 Meter. Da hat sie jetzt die Führung übernommen, aber jetzt ist die nächste Dame schon im Wasser. Das ist die Schwester von Carlotta, Janina Bonemann.
Janina Bonemann now just getting the soap. The bindings are so tight. They're all custom, double wrapped, really stiff bindings. Usually sometimes have orthotics in it if you're really getting custom. But we have to put soap in the bindings just to get them on. You got to have the performance in the bindings to have the speeds that these athletes are hitting the ramp at. And we were just watching her get the soap out of the bindings because you don't want to leave that soap in the bindings. You know, when you go over the ramp, you end up going straight out the front.
In die Bindung reinzukommen, die ja Maß angefertigt sind, wird Seife verwendet, denn die sind so eng, dass es anders gar nicht möglich wäre. Und nun, die Damen, die versuchen jetzt am Wasser diese Seife rauszubekommen. Ansonsten könnte es passieren, dass sie mit dem Kopf voraus aus dieser Rampe rausschießen. First attempt for Janina Bonemann.
So Janina's been on water a lot. This is a strong event for her. You will see her pull out to the left. So this is a setup. She's pulling out to the 600-foot ball. You'll see the ball go by right there. She's cutting at about 580, pulling out long, getting extra wide, wider than the other girls, trying to get up on the boat, keep her speed. Lots of speed in the base, lots of angle, and gets a hold of it and takes the lead on the first jump.
What a fly for Janina Bonemann. Die ist jetzt ganz anders angefahren als wie die beiden Damen bevor. Die hat jetzt versucht, den richtigen Speed hier zu erlangen, um einen richtig weiten Flug in den Planersee zu zaubern. Erster Sprung für Janina Bonemann und das ist ein Applaus, liebe Janina.
Yeah, when you get a good jump under your belt, you definitely...
Die offizielle Weite gerade reingekommen, 50 Meter und 9. Also was für ein Flug. 50 meters, 0.9 for Janina Bonemann in her first attempt.
Yeah, that's a warm-up jump. Usually the first jump, you try to guess what the conditions are. She was pretty much dialed in there, got a really good lift, 50.9. That's a really good opening jump for her. Add on to her overall score. So we'll see, to improve on that, Janina will have to bring it down a little bit or start in the same position and get a little bit bigger pull on the second side. We'll see what she does. From that angle, look about the same. She needs a little bit bigger dig here. You need to keep your speed up here in the glide. Nice turn. Drive through the wakes, dig into the base, and gets a hold of another big jump.
And stomps it pretty perfectly here on her second attempt. Das war wieder ein sehr weiter Flug. Wir sind gespannt, ob sie die 50,9 Meter hier eingestellt hat. Ein bisschen kürzer war sie hier, 50,7 Meter. Her second attempt was 50.7 meters, Jared.
Yeah, just watching the replay here, just not getting, stumbling a little bit through the wakes, not getting the setup and that she would really like. She lost a little bit at the wakes, and then that is probably why I thought that it might have been a bit farther, but she went 50.9 on the first and 50.7, so losing a little bit. She's going to make a bigger adjustment. She wants to still push it because she wants to try to pull ahead in the overall competition. You just do not know what might happen in the trick event, so you do not want to back off, even though you're leading this event.
You really have to bring a perfect top performance on every single event here. Und nochmal der kurze Blick, die beiden Damen davor sind die 40 Meter gesprungen und Janina jetzt 9 Meter und ein paar zerquetschte mehr. Der dritte Sprung, der wird alles entscheiden hier nochmal.
Yeah, the course record, I believe, is right around 53 meters from Natalia Bernikova, and I know that Janina wants it. I'm not quite sure if she had the speed that she's going to take over Natalia's jump. I think it's going to be roughly the same distance, but really, really good, solid 3 jumps.
Denen wurde hier wirklich Flügel verliehen, auch beim dritten Sprung. Also der Sprungrekord hier, der liegt ungefähr so bei 53 Meter und wir warten jetzt auf die offizielle Weitenmessung. Die hat sich jetzt gesteigert um 1 Meter und 50 Zentimeter, also die neue Weite 51,6 Meter für Janina Bonemann.
Yeah, really nice. She did gain a little bit there, got a good cut through the base, right through the wakes, didn't bobble as much, kept up her speed and ended up with a bigger jump of 51.6, a little bit short of the course record, but really, really, really close. See the leaderboard here.
The leaderboard of the jump event, and as you said before, for the male athletes, the ramp is gonna put up to 6 feet or 6.5 feet.
6 foot, yep, 180, 182, depending on the length of the ramp. Skiers is new, where if you make the ramp a little bit longer, you can go higher. It's an angle. You have to be in a certain tolerance in the rules, but roughly the ramp is at about 182 centimeters. And that definitely, we call it the wall, the red brick wall. So you don't want to mess with it too much if you're out of position. And you're definitely going to see the skiers go big when the boys go off the ramp.
Also die Rampe, die wird jetzt nach oben gefahren für das Herren-Event. Die geht jetzt nochmal gut 30 bis 40 Zentimeter hoch. Und ja, da will man natürlich nicht auf diese Rampe knallen. Jared hat es gesagt, es ist wie eine rote Ziegelsteinwand und da will man nicht in Probleme kommen. Währenddessen diese Rampe raufgefahren wird, sehen wir hier nochmal ein E-Foil Water Ski Show. So we are now tuning into some commercials and we will be right back with the male event.
Hi guys, I'm Dorian Llewellyn. I'm here with Janina and Carlotta Boneman. We're out here testing some new Camaro gear, but as always, we love our Camaro titanium suits.
This is a Camaro titanium suit. It's super, super flexible and stretchy. It feels like a second skin. You wear it and you feel like you have nothing on and you can move freely. Like even the longer one is a little bit thicker, keeps you a little bit warmer, but it's like, it feels like you're wearing nothing and you can move freely and just perform the best you can.
And since it's that flexible, it's really good to put on, zip it up, put it back off whenever you're done skiing.
Not only that, and not only will you look stylish going down the lake, but also there's no drag on the suit. Water just runs straight off of it, keeps you warm. So in general, I think you're gonna have your best set ever with the Camaro Titanium Pro suit.
We have Alicia on the couch here. That's a Canadian version, I guess. Incredible slalom score, pushing it out and jump. How was the slalom? You pulled ahead and got a lead in that.
Yeah, I had Carlotta before me and she ran 35, so that definitely put me the pressure that I need to myself run 35 and then run a good score of 38. So then I was extremely happy about my score. And actually happened the same in jump. She jumped before me, and the past week I've not been jumping very well, but she put on a score and I knew I had to beat it. So that what happened, and I'm really happy about it.
Yeah, that was really good. Have you had some injuries? You feeling pretty good?
No injuries so far, hopefully not, but I've been feeling pretty good. Training is good, it's been good, so I'm just pumped for the rest of the tournaments for the season, and that's it.
Awesome. So this is a good competition, a little fight going on. Janina had some big jumps there. She looked really good there. Conditions were pretty tough yesterday in the slalom event. Definitely some mix-ups there.
Yeah, I mean, Janina, honestly, she's such a good skier. I always look up for her. She's just such a strong skier, so I just want to be like her one day. And she slalom really good yesterday with strong conditions, so I admire her.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. The World Championships are in October, and there's so many great overall skiers just going at it. And it's great that you guys are just going for it. You guys put so much time. It's really awesome to watch you guys go at it. And it's the up and down all the time. But it's awesome to see you guys right at it, pushing each other. Yeah, it's awesome. Well, good luck in the trick event. You rocked a hand run yesterday. Lost a little bit, I think, in the toe run a bit, or that's.
Yeah, toes is kind of the same. It's always like this, my toe run, but my hand run is pretty nice, so hopefully it's going to be the same today.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good luck, and let's see you go stand up. Push her out.
Thank you, guys.
As you said, it's such a perfect atmosphere here between the athletes. It's not just being a competitor, being against each other. It's like a family event here, and it's really fun to see that all the athletes pushing each other to new highs here at the water ski event.
Oh, for sure. It's great to see these skiers getting some time to spend some time together. They've gone paddle boarding. They're going out to the restaurants together. They're hanging out, and they're looking out for each other. It's awesome to see that when the conditions aren't quite right, they're coming in and saying, "Hey, look out for this," or "This is not quite right." And they always want the competitors to be safe. They want everybody to ski at their top notch. You want to beat someone when they're at the top of their game, because it just makes that win that much better. And we're just seeing some great skiing going on, and it's just great to see these athletes have the opportunity to showcase their event, which is the overall competition, which is something that we're passionate about. We want to help all the disciplines in the sport, slalom, trick, and jump, but overall is a discipline in itself. In the past, when I was an overall skier, it used to be everyone kind of did it and it was kind of an extra, but now it's so specialized in so many events that the overall is a specialty in itself, and these athletes are incredible at all those events, and they just put so much time and effort all week. They'll put in 25 sets a week, go to the gym, and try to keep their body in line. And some of them are going to school, some of them had jobs, and it's a huge time commitment.
And while we are talking here, we are seeing the next competitor on the lake, and this is, I guess, it's Paul Dublon-Fribourg, 18 years young, from France, and he is now on his way to the first attempt. Also, Der nächste auf dem Wasser, das ist der Paul Duplon-Fribourg aus Frankreich. Wieder nochmal zu erwähnen, 18 Jahre jung und der jetzt auf dem Weg zu seinem ersten Versuch.
So actually during the running order, Carlo was seated to go out before him, but Carlo is jumping off the 6-foot ramp or the 180. And Paul is a junior and has not had enough time on the 6-foot ramp. So he's elected to go on the 5.5 or the 170 ramp height, and puts him at a disadvantage. Not a huge disadvantage because he's at the same speed, and if you generate the speed, you can still go far off this ramp.
So he's jumping at a 5.5-foot ramp.
Really nice opening jump. Really solid performance. Him and his brother are really, really technically sound skiers, and that's a great, usually typically the first jump is a warm-up. They didn't get an opportunity to jump yesterday. Preliminaries usually gets the nerves out, but the finals you just kind of lay it down, and they did not have that opportunity. So to come out here, you might want to just warm up a little bit.
So Jared, give us a little insight on the jump competition. What is important and what is judged here at the jump competition?
It is clearly just distance. You have to land and ski away with at least one ski on. In the past, old days, guys would fall and drag down the lake and actually barefoot out. But you do have to keep one ski on, and you got to stand up and show that you're in skiing position, and you get credited for that jump. Really, it comes down to speed, style, and agility off the ramp. And putting all those combinations together is going to give you those big distances.
Also, wenn man einen kleinen Blick in das Regelbuch des Sprungevents reinwirft, dann sieht man, dass hier nur die Weite zählt und es muss herausgefahren werden. Das heißt, es muss Minimum ein Ski an sein und man muss sehen, dass der Fahrer in Skiposition ist. Seine Weite für den ersten Sprung 55,3 Meter, 55.3 meters for his first attempt.
Yeah, that's a solid jump. We'll see if he brought it down at the 600. Try to keep his speed up here. Standing a little stiff in the turn. Getting a good dig into the bottom. Nice lift.
Let us bet, Jared. I say 56 meters.
I think you're going to be pretty close. That's a good bet. 56. I'm going to go fix 56.2 just to be bet. Just not. But you see here, he's going to edge out. He's trying to maintain the speed. I thought he was a little bit stiff in the hip, sitting back a little bit on his heels, getting a good dig here. Good dig. Ski up a little bit. Didn't get all the drive into the base, but a really solid, good jump. 55.
Die Weite für den zweiten Sprung 55,5 Meter, 55.5 meters. So, Jared, I guess I lost.
Oh, that's okay. We'll put the money down on the table and pool this. But good solid jump. He needs to bring it down. He needs more speed. And the only way to do that is to bring it down to the 6 or try to pull a little bit longer, but he's got to take more speed into the turn, which causes chaos. You lose the line, and it just raises the danger factor. So we'll see what he does here on the 600. Just past the 600-foot ball. Good dig. Nice edge out, keeping the line tight. Try to finish on his toes. Nice dig in the bottom, good lift. Oh, I think that's bigger.
That was bigger. Also das war wahrscheinlich der weiteste seiner 3 Sprünge von Paul Duplon-Fribourg.
So just watching the replay here, nice drive through the wake, no bobble at all, good extension off the top, pressing out over his skis. Definitely a farther jump there. 56.1.
56,1 Meter, Entschuldigung, 56,1 Meter für den dritten Sprung von Paul Dublon-Fribourg.
So the course record here is Igor Morisov, professional jumper. He's from Russia, and he actually back in 2017 at the Open European Championships, he went 68.1. And he's a specialist. He's a jump specialist, so really good jumper on the Pro Tour, always usually in the top 3. He's one that count on. He cuts hard, and he has a 68.1. Robert and Dorian are definitely capable of going that far, so those guys are going to be wanting to go and claim that course record here.
Also der Weitenrekord, der wurde 2017 aufgestellt von Igor Morozov mit 68,1 Meter, und Dorian und Paul, die sind auf alle Fälle in der Lage, Dorian und Rob sind auf alle Fälle in der Lage, diesen Rekord hier einzustellen, beziehungsweise den auch um einige Meter zu überbieten.
Yeah, we're just raising the ramp up to the 6-foot height, and maybe we'll take a quick little commercial break and let everybody go grab a beer and get back to your spot.
Ravenol, the lifeblood of your car.
And we're back live for the male event. The ramp is up on the 6 foot, and yeah, we're seeing some big show coming up now.
Yeah, definitely. Carlo, basic on the water. You're local Austrian, one of the talented athletes from Austria. He was just at the Europeans a couple weeks ago and had a little spill. And it's surprising that he's actually sucked it up and he's out here competing. So really glad that he's feeling all right. He's not great, but he's back out on the water.
Also den ersten, den wir auf dem Wasser sehen, das ist der Österreicher Carlo Basic, der, ja, wie wir wissen, einen Crash beim Training gehabt hat bei den europäischen Meisterschaften in Griechenland vor gut 2 Wochen. Und der ist jetzt natürlich heiß, der will das hier gut machen. Der hat noch eine Rechnung offen mit der Jump-Rampe.
This is definitely Carlo's strongest event of the 3. He was pretty early on the 600 and a little slow here, feeling things out. Rides his skis really well, missing the kick, but you definitely see the big difference in the distances when you go off a 6-foot ramp.
Having a little backslap at the landing. Also die Sprünge, die werden jetzt schon um einiges weiter als wie bei den Meter 70er Rampen, bei der Meter 70 Rampenhöhe. Wir sind jetzt ja bei Meter 80, Meter 85. Der erste Sprung für Carlo Basic. Die Weite ist gerade reingekommen. 57,4 Meter. 57.4 for Carlo Basic.
Yeah, 57.4, decent opener. Definitely a little early. He's got to bring it down to 6, maintain his speed. When we watch the replay, I don't know if we can bring it up again. I could pull right up on as he came off the wake, as he put his left ski down, he was a little bit on his left shoulder coming into the base of the ramp. Probably not late enough, couldn't keep edging, and just didn't get quite the lift that he wanted. But still, nice opener, feeling things out. He'll make some adjustments here.
Der hat sich beim ersten Sprung hier jetzt rangetastet an die Rampe und weiß jetzt, wie er den Speed aufbauen kann. Und das versucht er jetzt. Und jetzt sind wir gespannt auf den zweiten Sprung, wie weit dieser gehen wird.
Yeah, nice digging here. He goes through the wakes really well. Nice, lot better kick off the top. That's much bigger. That is awesome to see after a big crash. I mean, even though you think that you got rid of the fear in your head, it still hangs with you for a while if you're not quite right and your body's not feeling quite up to par. So that's a really good jump. That'll give him better feeling. You watch the replay if you're watching it online or on your phone. Good dig into the bottom here and really good drive, and he gets full extension off the top and presses out over the skis. So awesome to see. That's really good for Carlo.
Natürlich spielt da der Kopf eine ganz große Rolle, aber den hat er jetzt im Griff mit einer Weite von 59,9 Metern. 59.9 meters on his second attempt for the young athlete coming out of Corinthia. We see he started with 6 years and he's 23 years young.
Yeah, still a youngster. Just finished his degree, was in America doing the collegiate thing, which allows a lot of these skiers to get a lot of time on the water. You know, if you're in a colder climate, that's going over to the U.S. and having the opportunity, getting your schooling paid for and being able to do what you love. It's a great opportunity, and Carlo took advantage of it and has been a better skier because of it. Watching the setup here, little bit still out of speed on his turn. I don't know, missing his kick, not quite getting the lift, I think, on the last one, and he needed to maintain more speed. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be bigger than his 59.9. We'll wait and see.
Hat mal genickt nach diesem dritten Sprung. Sind gespannt jetzt, ob sich nochmal steigern hat können. Wir wissen 59,9 Meter, das war der zweite Sprung. Und die Weite, die sollte jetzt dann gleich reinkommen. Natürlich eine ganz schwere Geschichte, schwere Kiste hier nach einem Sturz hier 60 Meter oder mehr zu springen.
Yeah, Carlo pulling up a little bit shorter on his second attempt, 56.2. Missing it a little bit, but still a really good solid jump, 59.9, just shy of 60 meters, almost 200 feet. Awesome jump for him. We just have Janina here on the athlete couch in the Red Bull tent. Going pretty good for you so far. Everything, some solid scores. Alicia got you a little bit in slalom, but you came back, got a good score. How did that go?
It went really well, so I'm really happy with the 3 at 11. Of course, I think I could have skied even better, but you always can ski better. So the same in jump. Like I'm happy about my distance, and it's going good so far. So I can't complain. But you know, there's this little bit that you always want to still go more. And but let's see what tricks it's going to bring. I'm excited for the event.
Just wondering if you were trying to go for the course record there on the last one, just trying to push it.
I was. The course record is, I think, 53.2 or 4 from Natalia Betnikova at the European Championships. So I was kind of going for it, but I don't know. I couldn't get enough speed, and well.
You want to, let's hear Robert's on the water. Do you want to walk us through like what you're looking for when you were out there, what you felt?
So when I pulled out for the 6, I was looking for a lot of speed, and I wanted to get wide. On my first jump, I was a little late, so I backed it up a little bit. But then I was actually too slow now on the counter cut, and I was like missing a little bit of speed in my turn. So it was hard to get at the ramp at the right spot. I was a little early, and then, I mean, I had a good kick, but I was just missing the speed a little bit.
Yeah, Robert missing a little bit there at the base of the ramp, not quitting. Got his legs, but definitely didn't get a good pop off the top, not the one that he wanted. But again, that's his first jump, just a warm up. Do you feel that the water is a bit fast here, that it's cold, or, you know, what's the feeling?
The water is definitely faster than at many places in the U.S. and in Florida, where the water is just warmer. But I actually like it a lot for jump. You can carry a lot of speed and go really far.
Yeah, awesome. Well, good luck for the trick event. I know it's one of your best events, jump's best event. What do you think is your best event?
I don't know. I mean, I have the best chances in tricks for a medal. But to be honest, my best event is the overall.
Well, that's good to hear, and that's why you're here. So awesome. Good luck. And just going back to Robert on the water, great first jump. Actually, watching the replay, got a little bit better legs than I thought. I thought he sat back. He missed a little bit. Decent first jump, but he's going to push it. He's got the advantage in slalom, so he's definitely not going to back off here. He's going to push it. Here, wide at the 600. Getting a good dig on the second side. Trying to maintain some speed here. I think Robert's riding Stoke skis. They tend to be a little bit flatter. The skiers tend to sit back on their heels a little bit more. Getting good legs. Nice stick landing. But you see he's slapping his leg there. He knows that it's not quite what he wants. He knows there's still, you know, fuel in the tank out there.
Nicht ganz zufrieden, wie wir gesehen haben. Der hat hier auf die Oberschenkel geklatscht. Der kann da noch mehr rausholen, aber trotzdem sein zweiter Sprung auch eine sehr beachtliche Weite. Wir warten jetzt natürlich, was die Judges sagen, was die Weitenmesser hier herausmessen haben können. 750,8 Meter für Rob Hazelwood bei seinem zweiten Jump.
So his first jump was 55.1. He's gaining a little bit, 57.8. Definitely stepping it up there. Nice set, building on each jump. He's going to have to push it, put the throttle down, put some pressure on Dorian for the overall.
Der alles entscheidende dritte Sprung, der kommt jetzt. Da versucht er jetzt anständig Geschwindigkeit rauszuholen. Auch hier beim Countercut kommt er jetzt rein.
Definitely a good setup, good dig into the bottom. Nice extension, probably his best jump. Awesome set. Building off each jump, I definitely would put some money that is farther.
Also dieser Sprung, der wird jetzt schon über die 60 Meter gegangen sein, aber natürlich die letzte Entscheidung haben die Weitenmesser.
Watching here, no stumble through the wake, good dig into the bottom, full extension and presses over the top.
$60.0 60 meters on his third attempt for Rob Hazelwood.
Yeah, our first 60-meter jump, that is awesome. Build it off each jump. Still, I think, leaving the door a little bit open for Dorian. Not quite probably the distance he probably would have liked to a 62, maybe a 63. That would have put some heat on Dorian. Dorian's going to come out, feel everything out, and try to build and gain some ground back after his slalom performance and gain back on and back on Robert and get back in the game.
But we will see he have 3 attempts if he can really outjump Rob. Rob's distance with a 60 meter. Dorian is now on his way to his first attempt. Also der erste Versuch für Dorian Llewellyn hier im Planersee in Fischlham. 60 Meter steht jetzt momentan am Leaderboard von Rob Hazelwood und die will er jetzt natürlich schon beim ersten Versuch einstellen.
So Dorian used to ski here quite a bit as a junior, grew up. He is Austrian. He's actually Canadian and was born in America, so he is an odd child that he has 3 passports. But he went to Junior Europeans, skied for the club here, skied for Austria, and then with my heritage, he ended up skiing on the team with me at the World Championships for Canada. That was a dream to do. He still continues to ski for Canada. And but still has his Austrian roots here, and he has skied here a lot, so he is familiar with this site.
Hier am Planersee hat er ja angefangen mit dem Wasserskifahren, ist dann nach Kanada, nach Amerika gegangen und bestreitet jetzt die Wettkämpfe unter der kanadischen Flagge.
So pretty aggressive jump off the 600, good setup, just feeling things out here. Definitely missing his lift there. Kind of a cautious little first jump, feeling things out, definitely. Didn't get his legs on the ramp. He'll be looking to get a little more pressure. We'll watch the replay here. Conservative cut off the 600. Nice easy cut out. Kind of a big modified 3/4, feeling it out, good cut. Want to get a good drive into the bottom and just misses the lift.
Even though he seemed to be a little pumped on his first attempt, I think it was more than 60 meters, and we're waiting for the distance coming in for Dorian's first attempt. And it is like we predicted it, 61.8 meters for his first attempt.
Actually 61.6, but takes the lead. Good warm-up, didn't get quite his legs, and we're actually getting some rain here. Dorian is wearing a bubble, so it's not going to affect him too much as long as it's not too strong. But he's going to continue to jump. Try to keep some speed, try to gain some ground here. Get back at Robert, get a good dig here, good base. Oh, and gets good lift.
Was für ein Sprung hier, aber der ist wieder nicht ganz zufrieden mit dem zweiten Versuch. He's still not that happy with his second attempt. We can see it is
Yeah, definitely. He knows that there's still some left out there. Gets a good dig, goes through the wake, gets good cut into the bottom, gets his legs on that jump and presses. That's going to be bigger. He knows that there's some still left, and he knows he's got to gain ground on Robert.
Es fängt hier jetzt an, etwas stärker zu regnen. Nichtsdestotrotz, die Zuseher, die sind immer noch mit dabei und da steigt jetzt nochmal die Spannung. Zweiter Sprung, die Weite 64,9 Meter, 64.9 meters, 9 meters for his second attempt. Dorian Llewellyn now on his way for the third and last attempt at the jump event.
Yeah, 64.9, awesome jump. Raining out there, probably visibility not great, but he's got his bubble on. He's going to continue. He's not going to back off. He wants the course record. We don't have a headwind. That might be hard to get the 68 here, but he needs to be up there. 65 would be nice to gain on Robert. Definitely pushing, keeping some speed up, digging to the bottom. And gets his legs. So really good showing there. Definitely going to be down to the trick event. Always coming down when you love it when the event comes down to the last event. Dorian here on his setup. Good dig into the bottom. Doesn't quite get the speed. Maybe a little bit early in the bottom. Didn't get all the pull that he wanted to try to push 65. We're probably going to have a little bit of a rain delay here. We knew that this was possibly coming. It was a good call by the officials. Jumpers decided we needed a jump score from yesterday. Couldn't pull it off. Dorian pulling off the leaderboard, 65.1. Man, I did not think that that was farther. That is awesome. That is back in the game. That puts Robert and Dorian head-to-head. Pole just coming in just at the end, 56.1. Carlo right in there, 59.9. Some really, really good jump showing here today. And it's going to come down to the trick event.
65,1 Meter für Dorian bei ihm, seinem dritten Versuch. Das schafft eine ganz, ganz neue Situation hier. Das wird ein Head-to-Head-Duell zwischen Rob und Dorian. As you said, it's going to be a head-to-head competition now in the trick event. Now we're back here in the Athletes Lounge. You can see it started to rain and the spectators and the crowd are trying to seek some protection here under that big Red Bull blow-up, Red Bull tent.
Yeah, not the... When you got all this electrical equipment out and the rain comes, it's not the best thing. We're all heading for cover, and I don't know how many cameras we can keep running. We're going to have a little bit of delay, and maybe we'll go to commercial, but we got a electric foil out on the water, which is pretty cool. We were out on in Gemunden on the big lake trying that thing, and that is so much fun to do. And we might just run to commercial and see if we can. They don't think that it's going to rain too long. It was going to be a quick one, and we'll be right back. Go grab a beer or a Red Bull to keep you hydrated, you know.
And we're waiting for the sun to come out, and while we're waiting, we run some commercials and watch the e-foil action on the Planersee.
Hi guys, I'm Dorian Llewellyn. I'm here with Janina and Carlotta Bonneman. We're out here testing some new Camaro gear, but as always, we love our Camaro titanium suits.
This is a Camaro titanium suit. It's super flexible and stretchy. It feels like a second skin. You wear it and you feel like you have nothing on and you can move freely. Like even the longer one is a little bit thicker, keeps you a little bit warmer, but it's like, it feels like you're wearing nothing and you can move freely and just perform the best you can.
And since it's that flexible, it's really good to put on, zip it up, put it back off whenever you're done skiing.
Not only that, and not only will you look stylish going down the lake, but also there's no drag on the suit. Water just runs straight off of it, keeps you warm. So in general, I think you're gonna have your best set ever with the Camaro Titanium Pro suit.
Gravenol, the lifeblood of your car.
Hey guys, Dorian Llewellyn. I'm a 3-event water skier, I'm a Camaro athlete, and I'm also a huge fan of the new Camaro Core vest. This vest is amazing. I honestly didn't think that Camaro could make a vest that was lighter and also thinner than their last version, but this one not only does that, but also keeps the structural integrity the same while also lifting you up while you're in the water. Now, there are a lot of things that I like about this vest. I love the fact that they kept the overall design the same. They have this armor-looking plate in the front, and it overall looks great. Inside, there are some new things around the waistline. There's more structural integrity, and also at the back, a bit of extra support so that it will keep form for a lot longer. When you put it on, there really isn't anything that restricts you from getting it on, getting it off. When you have it on, there's also nothing that really restricts your arms either. You're able to move around, move freely, ski your best, while also looking good. So I love this vest.
Sekundenzeit, um in diesem Durchgang so viele Tricks wie möglich reinzupacken. Wir haben es gesehen, sie hat zwar ein Lachen im Gesicht gehabt, aber natürlich hoffen wir, dass diese Tricks noch im Zeitfenster gewesen sind. Jetzt wechselt sie in den Handpass. Das bedeutet, der Ski wird geändert. Sie nimmt einen etwas weiteren, etwas breiteren, etwas längeren und natürlich auch etwas steiferen Ski, damit sie auch die Jumps hier sehr gut ausführen kann. So we're switching into the hand pace. Tell us the special thing about the hand pace. They're changing the ski and why?
Yeah, after the pass, she started on the toe pass. So that toe pass, the ski is typically smaller and it's a little bit softer. That allows the skier to spin, keep the rope tight. In the hand tricks, the ski's bigger. It's usually a little bit wider, a little bit longer, and stiffer, which allows you to get more pop off the wake. Makes the tricks a little more easier to do, and so that's why the skiers change up the skis. They also can change the rope length. They change the handles. This event is totally custom. They can pretty much do whatever they want for their style.
Leider der Regen, der wird jetzt wieder stärker. Carlotta im Wasser. Das stellt natürlich wieder auch ein großes Problem hier für sie dar. Natürlich, sie verliert hier etwas den Überblick. Die Konturen im Wasser sind jetzt ganz, ganz schwer zu erkennen. Auch natürlich für den Bootsfahrer. Der muss auch genau schauen, wo er seinen Peilpunkt hat. Aber wir sind gespannt, sie wird das Beste aus dieser Situation machen. It's gonna get a little bit tricky here with the upcoming stronger getting rain here for Carlotta.
Yeah, the weather report says that it's not really going to break. It's definitely tough, and some skiers are going to get a little bit heavier than others. We are outdoor sport. Typically, you wouldn't be able to ski in this, and because we're in the trick event, we're going to move right through it. She's going to be squinting, going through these step overs. She wraps into for a 360-degree step to some wake back-to-backs, 360 degrees, into a big 540, to the reverse 540. Oh, and almost has a problem there, and recovers and tries to get in a big ski line back. Runs out of time at the end. Little bobble in the middle, but a pretty good, solid 2 passes.
Und trotzdem Regen hier, wir werden auch wieder nicht müde. Wir applaudieren für die Athletinnen und für die Athleten. Carlottas erster Trick, those 2 passes are done for her.
Yeah, in the first round, yesterday she had a 27:10 in her first pass and 15:30 with a total of 42. I think she's going to be right around that. She had a little bit of bobble in the middle of her run. Right here, she's looking good and solid. These are 360 over the wake, 360s on the surface to a big 540, looking for total air under the whole ski, to a reverse, and she lost a lot of time right here on the second, and that last ski line might be out of time. So that is a big trick to lose at the end, which is 350 points. So her score might go down from yesterday, but 3 solid overall scores from each event, and that will put pressure on Alice to not bobble and put in a solid score. But it leaves the door open for Alice because she didn't nail that run. She left the door open.
It's very, very special here, and Alice is going for her chance and probably taking the chance here. Also, Alice, die nächste, die auf dem Boot steht. Alles offen hier noch bei diesem dritten und letzten Event der Damen.
Yeah, you see all these athletes, I think almost everybody's wearing Camaro wetsuits. They're the best wetsuits on the planet. They're like a second skin. You don't even notice it, and it doesn't reduce your performance. So you're going to see a lot of the athletes wearing those. And they're a great sponsor of the event, so we're proud to be affiliated with them. And I've been a sponsor in Brita for many, many years, and They're always innovative, and they've came out with new suits that with a seamless zip that does zero zip that doesn't allow any water in. So awesome. But anyway, back to the water, and here comes Alice, 20 years, 3 years old, coming in on her toe pass with a big toe 7 to start. Clock starts. There we go. Oh, little bobble right there. It's a start. She's bailing and moving into the rest of her run. Toe wake back-to-backs, surface back-to-backs to a big 540, 360 out. She's going to wrap in and grab the rope. A big toe wake O, which is a 360 degree, and a step and goes down. So losing a little bit of time. She had some bobbles yesterday in that run. Roughly the same. Right here, the replay, you're going to see a hesitation right there. She stopped, got her composure. She knows that if she would have went down there at the start, it would have been all over for her overall race. Pretty smart to stop and collect herself. Losing one trick is a lot better than going for a swim. She's back into it, getting a good run in the middle, going for the big toe step here and just not getting enough air and rotation and going in the water. Still decent run. She rocked her hand pass yesterday, a whole bunch of flips. She likes her hands. She doesn't love toes. And we're going to see a big run coming up here.
Auch sie wechselt jetzt auf den Handpass. Gestern haben wir hier von ihr schon eine ganz, ganz große Show gesehen mit einigen Saltos, einigen Flips über die Wellen hinweg. Auch gestern hatte sie Probleme mit dem Toe Pass und hat das beim Handpass alles wieder rausfahren können. So we are really looking forward to see another big flip show from Alicia in her second pass and on her first hand pass of today's competition.
Yeah, she'll need to get all this to keep the race tight. It's amazing. The trick event, it takes so many hours. I mean, all the events take a lot of time, but tricks is one you cannot turn your back on. You have to be on the water. You have to put in thousands and thousands of hours to be at this level. These athletes have put in time as juniors, and a lot of times to be at this level, if you do not put the time in as a youngster, you will not get to this level. And these athletes have done that. Tricks is a great event to start with kids playing around on the skis. You don't have to do tricks all the time. You can go out and just play. You can ride a wakeboard. You can wake skate. Just get your balance. But it is the basis for all the events, and it is so important to put in the time, and these athletes have done that. So here comes Alice on her second pass. She's going to need to rock this pass. Starting with a few easy tricks at the start, 540. Bailed on that was going to be a 540 to the back. She did a wake O, but now clearly into her flips. 2 back flip rotations to a back to front, and oh no, going down on her third flip, and that is going to be tough for the overall race, and she might have just handed Carlotta the third place or the second place title.
Leider beim dritten Flip, da ist sie gestürzt und hat hier wahrscheinlich für ihr eigenes Resultat die Vordertür zugeknallt und den zweiten Platz für Carlotta aufgemacht. Leider mit diesem Crash, aber wie gesagt, alles kann hier passieren. The race is still open, everything can happen here. It's an outdoor sport. Unfortunately for Alicia, crashing here on a third flip, but good for, on the other side, good for Carlotta, then she might grab the second place here.
Yeah, I think she definitely has. We'll wait for the official scores to come out. With the rain and everything, computers are down, so we don't have all those numbers right now, but clearly Alice needed most of her flips. You're allowed to do 6 flips in your run, and she only got into the third one, and flips are very high point value, and when you miss a couple, it's going to hurt your run. And even though Alicia's hand pass was a much harder run, she went down, but Carlotta did an easier run but got through it, and that is going to pay off today.
And we have the points here, the scoring for Carlotta Bornemann 5,280 points, and for Alicia Bagnoli 2,210. Das Scoring ist reingekommen und da eben liegt Carlotta Bonemann in Führung mit 5.280 Punkten und Alice Bagnoli eben aufgrund ihres Sturzes beim dritten Flip, beim zweiten Pass mit 3.880. Sorry, they changed it was the scoring for the first pass, and now we have the overall scoring here. Sorry for that, 3.880 points now in total for Alice Bagnoli. Also 3.880 Punkte für die Dame aus Italien. Und die nächste, die jetzt ins Wasser geht, das ist Giannina Bonemann. Gestern hatte sie 8.680 Punkte beim Quali-Day. So the next athlete in the water is Giannina Bonemann. Yesterday's scoring from the trick event was 9,030. So the pressure is also high for her to get closer or to overstep that scoring from yesterday.
So a really good run yesterday with Giannina. She's clearly walked away with the Austrian crown this weekend. Well, let me not jump. I might have just jinxed her, but this is a strong event for her. She tricked 9,030 yesterday. I don't know if she's going to take it too easy. I think she wants to break her record. She's capable of tricking 10,000 points. Her course record here is 93.80, and I think she's going to go for it today. The rain has backed off, and everything is good for her. We have the clock started. She's got a toe 7. You can see how fast she moves from trick to trick. She is so solid. She has spent so much time on this ski. Her balance is perfection. She's going for the huge toe line O there and a huge toe line back into the huge toe line back-to-back, and that is better than yesterday.
Ein sehr solider, sehr starker erster Pass für Giannina Bonemann. Ihr Rekord hier auf dieser Strecke, der ist 9.380. Den hat sie 2020 aufgestellt. Die will den natürlich hier heute pulverisieren. Und der erste Pass, der war einiges dann besser schon als wie gestern.
If you're watching on the replay, get your phone out, watch the replay. This is perfection. This is how you want to teach your kids how to ski. Up and over the line, perfect execution. Up over the line on the 180 and here into the 360 back-to-back, no touch and clearly in time, and she throws the fist, and that is awesome to see. She is going for the record. What's really nice about the trick event that you spend time balance when you're a young skier. The other events, you need a lot of power and you ride the ski, but you just don't excel as a youngster as much because of the power. As you grow, you get better in jump or tricks. As when I grew up, we didn't even actually in Canada, we didn't allow jumping until you're 14 years old. They thought it stunts your growth, but it didn't really help me. But time on the trick ski is awesome, and as long as you're riding a wake skate or whatever, getting your balance, spending time. Trick skiing is so much fun when you spend a lot of time and you start doing tricks. It has so much versatility, and you get to try new stuff, and you can do anything. You can invent things, you can just try stuff, and it's just so much fun. And when you have a really, really good base, that's what sets the tone for the other events. It's just going to help your other events. And trick skiing is something that the sport is a little bit far behind in technology, and we're trying to solve that problem. We have some things that we were going to try to do this weekend and test. It didn't work out with COVID and trying to get everything here, but we are working on those things and some great things for the future. Here comes Giannina on her second pass. The clock will start soon as she goes off the wake there into a 540, into a reverse, to a ski line over the wake, and into a massive front flip, into a second massive front flip, to a half twist, to the reverse half twist, up, back, and a back-to-back move, and into a reverse back-to-back move, and a huge run for Janina Bodeman. Give it up for her.
Da geht die Faust nach oben. Wahnsinn, was für ein zweiter Run für Janina Bodemann. Massive Frontflips hat sie hier in den See gezaubert und die hat jetzt alles richtig gemacht und ich glaube, der Rekord, der wird heute fallen. I guess the record, that one's already gone from 2020. We will have a new one, a new, way bigger record here on the Planersee, at the Planersee.
Yeah, everything was pretty clean in that run. Up over the line here, into a massive front flip. That is a hard trick to land and stick and do the reverse to follow up. There's not too many athletes on the planet that can even do that. Here, a back flip to the back. She does a front, she does a back, and then she does a 360-degree back-to-back flip and follows up with a reverse. Hangs onto it, almost sucks an edge, and throws the fist, and I think she just took the record. She knows it, and that is an awesome overall round for Janina Bodeman.
I'm also really happy that you're sitting next to me. Then it's so fast. That's such a fast sport, and also to recognize all the different tricks. And you're like, you have tons of experience, and I'm happy to learn a lot of things from you here in at the Planersee.
Well, it's an honor that you're here. You do so many sports, and it was really good talking to you last night and talking about other sports. We want to make our sport better. You know, we have to make it easier for you to understand. People out there need to understand the sport. Technology is going to help with that, and some really, really cool things to come for the future of the sport. And getting engaged and helping us out. We always need help, and your help, we really appreciate you being here.
Thanks a lot. And the next one on the water is the young athlete from Corinthia, Carlo Basic, den wir jetzt dann gleich sehen werden. Aber davor warten wir noch auf den Score von Janina. Have you seen the score from Janina already? No, it's... Carlos' score von gestern war 6,800. The score for Carlo from yesterday, from the big qualification day, was 6,800, and he already also starts his first pass with a toe pass.
So we do have a score in for Janina. Is everybody ready for this? Janina broke 10,000 points. 10,180 points, a new course record for Janina Bodeman. That is awesome.
Also nochmal kurz, der Rekord, der ist eingestellt worden. Der letzte Rekord war bei 9.380. Jetzt haben wir von Janina Bodeman 10.180 Punkte.
So Carlo going through here, we're just watching the clock run out here. Oh, he did the same thing yesterday. Knows that the buzzer is coming quick, and he's trying to throw in the last couple tricks to get some extra points. He had a little bit of a bobble at the start of his run. He bailed on one of his tricks. Did something like Alicia did. She saved herself. Very smart. And you do not want to go down. And Carlo did that. There is a race for third and fourth. You see right here, and we missed the start, but pretty good moving through the tricks here. Or we're going to start here again. Just going through on the 5, moving for the tricks. Right here, this is where he bobbled. He bobbled right there. Didn't do the reverse back-to-back. Saved himself. Goes into the toe step. Little bit wet there. I don't know if he'll get that. Couple toe sides at the end, and he tried to whip this last trick, and that usually doesn't pay off in the trick event.
But maybe he can make things up at the hand pass. Unfortunately, as you said yesterday, he had the same struggle with his last trick at the toe pass. But yeah, it's still open. He still have 20 seconds left to make things up for his mistake.
Yeah, because the hand pass with the flips pays so much more than the toe pass, a lot of athletes do focus in on the hand pass. They have only so much time to put on the water, so they put extra time in the hands tricks, and you see that their hands are incredible. And then they you know, they struggle with the toes because you just don't put in enough time. And you can see that Carlo just struggled with his toe pass there. But to be up in the top rank in the world, you need to have 2 solid toe and a hand pass.
Weiter geht's mit dem Handpass für Carlo.
So yesterday, actually, Carlo picked up a little bit of yesterday 2,040 on that pass, and today he's 2340. So he gained a couple hundred points. If he stands up his pass, he might be able to beat his personal best that he got yesterday, which would clearly help his overall score. You can see that the conditions are up and down from competitors. Carolata had it absolutely miserable. Alici got better, and now Carlo's getting a little bit of rain, so he's going to have to pull through this outdoor sport. He's going to have to suck it up.
Ja, von Athleten zu Athleten, die Verhältnisse werden immer wieder anders. Carlotta hatte es wahrscheinlich am schlimmsten mit ganz, ganz starkem Regen, aber die Uhr, die läuft für Carlo. Clock is running for Carlo's second pass.
So nails the front flip, big trick, into the rolls, back flip with a half twist, reverse half twist, really clean, goes for the inverted ski line back, and a wig back to back, throwing all the tricks at the end. He's happy. That is awesome to see. A nice dismount there, a little crash, but he is pumped, and that is awesome to see.
Wir sehen so viele Emotionen. We see tons of emotions here. Little recap.
Yeah, starting with these huge back-to-back mob, followed up with a back-to-front to a huge front flip. Just a back roll, back flip to the back, and here comes the reverse. That is a super hard trick. Does a super high ski line, and then we got the garbage tricks at the end, throwing everything at it, and he throws the fist, and he's pumped, and then he eats it. That's awesome to see.
Oh man, what an exciting sport. What a phenomenal action from every single athlete here. And the next one coming up will be Paul with a score from yesterday, 8,080. Now he's also on the line to beat it and to crush his yesterday's score.
Yeah, you watch as a youngster, man, he comes out and he's going to rock some incredible tricks. Consistency as a youngster, he missed up yesterday, you know, on a ski line 5 near the end of his run. We'll see that here, but he does a toe line 5. I mean, I don't know if that doesn't make any sense to you, but jumping up over the line with your toe, 540-degree turn, is a phenomenal trick. And the tricks that he's doing at 18 years old is absolutely incredible, and he goes big on his tricks. When you step up next to him, when I step up, everybody's bigger than me, but he's an absolute monster. And this is a kid that you're going to see for years and years to come.
So a bright future is coming up for Paul Dublon Fribourg. Der hat noch einiges vor sich, eine ganz, ganz großartige Zukunft erwartet den 18-jährigen französischen Riesen, den wir hier jetzt im Wasser haben, aus Grenoble, seine Hometown, und er startet mit einem handpass. He's starting up with a handpass.
So on the screen here you see his profile there, and you'll find that on the website. All these athletes, you create a profile, all the information's put on there, all their social media's on there. You can follow these athletes from the page. You can get to learn all about these athletes and follow these guys, and that would really help these athletes out. Here we're going to start with a huge back to, oh no!
First trick and already gone, already down.
Oh, no. So that's what's all about the overall. Here clearly had an opening and just sucking the edge there. Coming up short, if we can see that replay again, guys. He comes in on the back-to-back mode. He's setting up, and it is hard with this water being this clear. It is really hard to find the top of the wake. The wake is so transparent, and he comes up too short. He comes up early. He rotates too early. He cases the top of the wake and sucks the tail, and there is no way you're pulling out of that. So that is a huge upset for Pole and a huge advantage for Carlo. Carlo is probably down there ready to run to the beer tent because he's excited. He is just probably pulled the third position, and he's going to be pumped about that. Wow, we just got a score in for Carlo. I think it's a personal best. 7,100 points. Carlo is clearly going to be on the podium this weekend. Congratulations, Carlo. Well done. Awesome skiing this weekend.
Also der Score für Carlo, der hat jetzt gerade seine Personal Best hier eingestellt mit 7.100 Punkten und damit hat er sich jetzt auch den wahrscheinlich dritten Platz sichern können.
So interesting, we just saw Pole going down the lake and he did not get on the back of the boat and switch his ski out. So because he fell on his first trick, the hand pass is usually a lot more points, and he's opted to just do the hand pass again. It's his option. He could have done 3 tricks and still decide it's his option. He can do what he wants, but he knows that the hand pass is worth more, and he's going to do it again.
Also Paul hat jetzt nicht auf den Toe Pass gewechselt, der ist jetzt noch im Hand Pass, denn da kann er mehr Punkte für sich einspringen. Denn die Flips bringen natürlich auch mehr Punkte mit sich, sind aber nur 6 in diesem Run erlaubt.
Here we are, he's getting through the pass now, getting right into a reverse back-to-back mode, into a ski line, to a ski line back-to-back, into the 540. He makes it from the angle here. I don't know if he went over the wake. He's a little bit disappointed. He definitely knew he needed a big run. He needed to push, and he just pushed a little bit over the top, and that's what happens in the overall cut. We watch the replay here. He's setting up. The time starts. He actually bailed on the first trick and just went into a back-to-front flip, into a couple back rolls here, to the half twist. That's the blind one. That's really hard, into the reverse. And here he's going into the back-to-back mode, farther down in his run. Here is a ski line landing on top of the wake. That could be questionable. Ski line back-to-back, and here he goes for the 540, and that is over the wake from that angle, and he will get that point. So he's disappointed. He needed 2 stand-up passes to take Carlo over.
Nichtsdestotrotz auch wieder ein spektakulärer Pass von Paul. Leider mit dem Sturz beim ersten hat er jetzt eben den 3. Platz verloren.
So this is where it's going to get interesting. Robert Hazelwood on the back of the boat. He's definitely English because it's not warm out here and he's got no wetsuit on. So he's used to this. It's raining. It is clearly good for him because it feels like he's in England, and he's ready to go. But this race is tight. And Robert needs to nail this run because Dorian can trick over 11,000 points. Robert needs everything. Robert's clearly able to trick 10,000. If he can put pressure on Dorian, that might make Dorian bobble, and that will make the overall competition very interesting.
As you said, they're both are neck to neck.
So just getting a score in for Pole. Not too bad for one pass, but clearly not what he wanted. Score coming in at 4,470.
Der Score für Paul, der ist 4.470. Jared hat gesagt, nicht allzu schlecht für einen Pass, aber wenn er 2 solche durchgebracht hätte, dann würde das Endklassement ganz anders ausschauen.
You can clearly see people at home, everybody watching, where athletes are sucking it up, going out skiing in the rain, but we really appreciate the tech guys, Tom and David in the back, and the crew here that are helping us out with the internet. It's crashed a few times, and the weak link is that one cable that if it goes down, we go down. So here we are running in the rain, and this is a huge run, starting with the hand tricks. There goes the clock, back-to-back mob, reverse, clean as can be, into a huge front flip, nails it. Back flip to a back with a half twist, a back to front, into the ski lines, huge ski line O, back to back, and goes for the ski line 5. Missed that yesterday, and he nails it.
Ein ganz, ganz starker erster Run für Rob Hazelwood. What an impressive first pass for Rob Hazelwood. Yesterday he tried the same thing, but this time he pretty much nails it.
So he wants to be really clean and move trick to trick. He wants to get that last trick at the end of the run to put more points on the board. He's moving pretty quick here. He does not bobble too much. He nails that front flip. He goes into the back roll. He goes into a back flip with a half twist. That's the easy one. A back to front, and then to a huge ski line 360, into a back-to-back 360, and into the 540 over the wake. He nails it, and maybe that stuff at the end is out of time, but he's shrugging his shoulders a little bit. He wanted probably that extra garbage stuff at the end that will clearly push pressure on Dorian.
But he still have a second pass, so everything can happen in the second pass. He can really wins it, or unfortunately also loses it on his second pass.
Yeah, of the events, tricks is the one that you just basically, if you want to put the pressure or you want a big score, you got to throw the hammer down. There's no holding back, and he's just got to go for it. And he's got to put the pressure on Dorian. He knows that Dorian's got big run, and that was an awesome run, and there's a lot of pressure on these athletes to just lay it on the line.
Der Score für den ersten Run ist reingekommen und der liegt bei 5,810. The score for the first run that just came in, and it is 5,810 points for Rob's first hand pass run.
Yeah, so yesterday, Rob's hand pass, he fell on the ski line 5, and his run was 54.20. He ended up with a total score of 93.60. So he's already ready to surpass that. If he nails this run, he could possibly push it up and hit the 10,000 mark.
Gestern war sein Trick-Score bei 9.360. Jetzt stehen wir nach dem ersten Run bei 5.810. Also der kann jetzt mit einem sehr soliden, sauberen zweiten Run auch bis zu 10.000 tricken.
Here we go. Clock starts. 540 into the wake back-to-backs. Surface back-to-backs to a 540. Clean as can be. This is the way you want to do it. Grabs a rope for a 360 up over the line. Ski line, toe step to the back, and a huge toe line back-to-back, and he nails it. He's pretty happy, but he knows he's probably kind of left the door open, but it is solid, and you need to be solid to be in the overall race.
So, and it all comes down to two last runs, and those two last runs are Dorian's trick passes. So everything is still open. What a tough race.
It is, it is. This is what we like. Down to the wire. Last run. Rob is a clean trick skier. He is a superb slalom skier. Great jumper. Tricks is, everybody's got a weak event. And Rob is clearly a great trick skier, you know. And the battle in a month or so, in October at the World Championships, there's going to be so many skiers going at it. So here we have the leaderboard. Well, we don't have the full score in, but we're waiting on Rob's second pass. But Carlo is probably going to be sitting in second place with a 7,190 pole with a 44.70, and I'm sure Rob is going to be almost at the 10,000 mark. He's got a 58.10, and we're just waiting on that score.
Also derzeit nach Robs Runs haben wir Carlo in derzeitiger Führung mit 7.091. Das wird sich aber ändern und der Paul ist bei 4.470. Robs erster Run war bei 5.810 und der Score ist reingekommen. 9.880 in total points for Rob, 9,880 points.
Yeah, so we knew that Rob was going to jump to the head of the leaderboard there. Just shy of the 10,000 mark, 9,880, an awesome run, and it is down to the wire. It is down to Dorian putting two stand-up passes together in the rain.
Again, the rain picked up a little bit in the last 5 minutes, so it's also going to be a tough one for Dorian.
Dorian's toe pass and hand, but he's a very, very clean skier. Moves from trick to trick, keeps the line tight. 540 to the toe wake back-to-backs here, surface back-to-backs, moving very quick. 540, wrap in 360, outside the wake to the huge toe line. Oh, step to the back-to-back, huge back-to-back with a slide and a huge toe wake front, almost sucks the edge. He knew it, shaking his hand there, shaking it off, but a stand-up pass, that's what he needed.
That was a close call at the last few tricks. So, well executed the toe pass for Dorian, and he's now changing his gear for his hand pass.
So a really good pass, solid. Good to get that one off the chest, get the jitters out. Standing on the dock, it's the worst place to be. Your heart's just pumping. Actually, once you get out there and you start skiing and you get into the groove, everything starts flowing, and when you start nailing your tricks, you get a really good vibe, and that's what Dorian needs for the second pass.
Everything plays together, goes hand in hand here on the trick competition. The last pass of this year's Austrian battle here in Fischlham, and it is like I'm
pretty excited because this is really unique for me. I've never finished a big event or a pro event with the trick as the final, and it's pretty awesome because it's just different. Tricks is so hard, and everything's down to the wire, and it's every trick counts, and that is so much pressure to do it, and when you know the things are on the line, and we're going to see it right down. 20 more seconds. We're going to see who's going to take the crown at the WWS Austrian Open for 2021.
I guess now it's the moment where you're more nervous than Dorian is down on the lake.
It's funny, I'm not really nervous. I'm really excited. I'm just kind of pumped up. I'm kind of all excited. The rain is starting to pump in here, and it's like he's just like, I'm doing this. I'm just going for it. I don't care if it's raining. No one's stopping me at this point. So let's hope that everything goes as planned. Keep your fingers crossed for a big run.
And there we go. Also die letzte Entscheidung des heutigen Tages hier in Fischlham, die gehört Dorian Llewellyn.
So you don't want to keep your eyes closed because you got to find the wake, but there's so much feel in these guys' feet, feeling everything out, feeling the wakes here, getting a good feel of the wakes, setting up. He's going to do a positional trick. The time does not start on this. He's designated this. The clock will start right now on the back-to-back mob, onto the reverse back-to-back mob, to a switch front, which is absolutely huge, to a half twist, into the reverse, going with a huge front flip. He nails it to a ski line, to a back-to-back ski line, into the ski line 5. He's nailing this run to the ski line 5 front, into the 5. I think that takes it. He just throws it, and he knows that he probably just took the title.
And it was It is loud here on the Big Red Bull Tent. Also es wurde jetzt ganz schön laut hier beim letzten Run von Dorian und der Jared hat es gesagt, der hat jetzt alles hier in diesen letzten Lauf reingesetzt, um sich hier die Krone zu sichern. He put everything in his last pass to secure himself the big crown of the Austrian Battle 2021, and I guess you have the scores already.
Yeah, I do not have the score. I just heard that we couldn't get a replay on that. We're just waiting for it. They're going to come out with the overall score. It was neck and neck going into the trick event. I think Dorian is going to be pushing the 11,000 mark. If that's the case, then Dorian's going to wrap it up. He did nail that run. He might have lost a trick at the end, but he moved right from trick to trick. The big trick in the middle of that run, the switch front, and then the front flip at the end, and he didn't lose really any time. So he is going to be close to the 11,000 point mark, and that is awesome. I think the course record, he has it. We can just pull that up. I think last year he tricked, yes, 11,160. I wonder if he's going to be pushing that record like Janina did. She took out the record, and that would be nice to wrap up the day with another course record.
Letztes Jahr der Rekord, der lag bei 11.160 Punkte von Dorian. Wir haben heute schon einen gebrochenen Rekord hier. Es wäre schön, noch den Tag hier enden zu können mit einem zweiten neuen Rekord. Yeah, we're really looking forward to hear the scores from Dorian here. Having 2 broken records and 1 competition would be an outstanding thing here.
Yeah, it's incredible. So some of the fans have stayed there in the beer tent, probably drinking the rest of the beer. And we have a lot of athletes in the athlete tent, and now we got a lot of other people, probably athletes too, trying to get out from the rain. And we're going to have all the athletes come up and join us on the couch, and we're going to ask them how things went, and we're going to prepare for the awards ceremony. But we want to get all these athletes hurry up and get up here. We want to hear everything that went on today, and we really appreciate everybody coming out and hanging out in the rain and working through this with us. That was an awesome competition. I'm so excited. We got through it with all this rain. I can't believe it.
We had it all here. We had a little bit of wind. We had the sun shining. We had thunderstorms coming in. We had the electricity going down. We had the internet going down. We have rain here, but we also have 100% perfect water ski show here, and it really displays the passion and emotion and the toughness of every athlete here at the water ski event.
Oh, for sure. The overall battle, we had 3 races going on. We had records being broke. It was it was awesome. I'm so excited. So many things to try to get through with the rain, but these athletes pulled through yesterday. We couldn't do the jump event. They went out and still put on a show for the crowd, and that was really, really cool to see. And so many great experiences from this weekend. All these athletes spending time together, and we saw some great skiing, and these athletes, overall athletes, had an opportunity to show their skills.
Was für eine Show, was für eine perfekte Werbung für diesen Wasserskisport hier, und wir haben die Punkte von Dorian, die hereingekommen sind, 11.060 points. Jared, it's
Yeah, that's an awesome score. It is a little off his pace. He's been tricking 11.4, 11.2, even 11.6 at some of these events, but it always comes down to speed and the last few tricks of that run. He came up a little bit short. He clearly did not bobble, but that clock is running fast, and when it goes, that's it. 11,060 points, just shy of the course record of 11,100. I can't remember, but just off the pace. And Robert pulling up in second at 9,880 points. Carlo with a PB at 7,100 points. And Paul having a disappointing day today, going for it and trying to push Carlo, and he pushed it a little bit too hard and went down and only got 1 standing run with 44.70. But clearly we want to see the official scores. But I think my bet would be Dorian's going to pull out the title don't want to get too far. Robert's going to be second, Carlo and Paul pulling up the third, which is an awesome display of overall skiing.
So, and the next thing coming up here is to have a chat with all the athletes. And yeah, hop on the couch to us. I'm making a little space here and heading over the mic to Jared. Then Jared is going to talk with the athletes. I'm gonna make space because it's kind of lame, but yeah, good point. Sit down, sit though. I want a gummy bear.
Hi guys, I'm Dorian Llewellyn. I'm here with Janina and Carlotta Bonneman. We're out here testing some new Camaro gear, but as always, we love our Camaro titanium suits.
This is a Camaro titanium suit. It's super, super flexible and stretchy. It feels like a second skin. You wear it and you feel like you have nothing on and you can move freely. Like even the longer one is a little bit thicker, keeps you a little bit warmer, but it's like, it feels like you're wearing nothing and you can move freely and just perform the best you can.
And since it's that flexible, it's really good to put on, zip it up, put it back off whenever you're done skiing.
Not only that, and not only will you look stylish going down the lake, but also there's no drag on the suit. Water just runs straight off of it, keeps you warm. So in general, I think you're gonna have your best set ever with the Camaro Titanium Pro suit.
Ravenol, the lifeblood of your car.
Hey guys, Dorian Llewellyn. I'm a 3-event water skier, I'm a Camaro athlete, and I'm also a huge fan of the new Camaro Core vest. This vest is amazing. I honestly didn't think that Camaro could make a vest that was lighter and also thinner than their last version, but this one not only does that, but also keeps the structural integrity the same while also lifting you up while you're in the water. Now, there are a lot of things that I like about this vest. I love the fact that they kept the overall design the same. They have this armor-looking plate in the front, and it overall looks great. Inside, there are some new things around the waistline. There's more structural integrity, and also at the back, a bit of extra support so that it will keep form for a lot longer. When you put it on, there really isn't anything that restricts you from getting it on, getting it off. When you have it on, there's also nothing that really restricts your arms either. You're able to move around, move freely, ski your best, while also looking good. So I love this vest.
Test.
The last thing of today's competition is the prize giving ceremony, and we start with the women event, and we're happy to bring them all out, and we start with the third place going to Italy. Alice Bagnoli with a total of points 2,092.12 points for Alice Bagnoli. Second place, and like we said, the silver medal going into Germany. Carlotta Bonemann with a total of points 2,160.85. And a winner and taking home the Austrian battle crown, also from Germany, Janina Bonemann with a total of points 2,978.26. Alice with the top slalom score, and Janina for sure with the top trick score and jump score. Give a big hand for the athletes, women athletes of the 2021 Austrian Water Ski Open.
Janina, come on over here. Just a quick. Is the mic on? Nope. Nope, I don't hear anything. Janina, unbelievable skiing, solid in all three rounds, and setting another course record. How do you feel about the event?
It was awesome. I love the format of the event, like to go everything back to back. It just gives it a little bit of excitement, or more excitement than usual. Usually you have it spread out over a few days, and now it's just like on one day, everything. And you just gotta stay up on your game and keep like your head cool and just do what you do every day.
Awesome skiing. Congratulations. Good luck at the World Championships in a month. You're going to do awesome. So thank you for coming, and congrats.
The applause for the winner of the female competition, and we move on with the male competition. Fourth place going to France with a total of points 1,978.72. Paul Dublon, Fribourg. Third place with a total of points 2,239.55 from Austria, Carlo Basic. Second place with a total of points at 2,766.13 from Great Britain, Robert Hazelwood. And the winner and taking home again the crown of the Austrian Water Ski Open with a total of points 2,845.45, Dorian Llewellyn.
test.
Another big applause for the athlete.
Dorian. Robert.
So great skiing, Dorian. Taking out the overall title right down to the wire. What did you think about the event?
Well, first of all, thanks everybody for coming out. It was awesome to have people here. I know the weather wasn't great, but you know, I'm glad that you guys all stuck out here with us and cheered us on, especially, you know, at the end when things got so tight. Rob going out there and sticking his run the way he did definitely put the pressure on. I even changed my run. You know, it might have been a bit of a lame move, but it was strategic and did a little bit of a safer run. And at the end of the day, you know, that was enough. And I'm glad that everybody stuck around and cheered us on. So it was an awesome event in general.
Congratulations. Thanks for everybody for coming out, hanging out in the rain, getting through it. It was an awesome competition, and we look forward to seeing you all next year. Thank you so much for coming out. Girls, boys. So, Robert, really, really good competition. Great slalom performance. Overall, just that's a little wet. Came right down to the wire. It was odd just for me. I've never seen the trick event finish it out. Usually you see the jumpers go out and right down to the wire.
Yeah, I think it was an interesting way of doing it. Like you said, always ends up in jump. And yeah, it was a great day. It was good to be kind of close. Obviously, Dorian's kind of the favourite coming into it with the tricks and the jump, but I was happy to put out a good slalom. And then I was happy with my jump, but yeah, finishing on tricks was a nervous one. It's kind of my event that's the least consistent. But
yeah, on your face, you like on jumping, you were like whacking your leg. You're like, oh, you was like right there.
Yeah, it felt like jump was close. A little bit of a different view here than I'm kind of used to. I don't know why. I normally get used to it pretty quick. The jump felt amazing, and I just couldn't quite get enough in the course today to put up the distance that I wanted, to put a little bit more pressure on the trick event. But yeah, I got to come away happy. I mean, happy with my slalom. Jump was, but tricks, to miss the reverse landing and still be able to trick 98 was a good day for me.
Well, you have to also talk about, you like on your second jump, your sling started to come apart, which, you know, I guess is still a lesson, everybody. I have this all the time. You got to check your equipment, make sure that everything's good, because that is super scary. And the fact that you still went over on those last two, knowing that it wasn't 100%, I mean, that's pretty unreal.
Yeah, I really didn't want to lose. I was like, if it goes, I just lent it all more, ready for it to pop. But no, yeah, equipment malfunction sucked, but I let myself get into the situation of not checking it. So I was like, right, I'm here. I've driven however long, 2,000 kilometers. That's a bit much. All the way over here. I wasn't just gonna head in and be done. So got to deal with it. It can happen to anyone. It can happen any day. So yeah, it was a little nerve-wracking.
Where are you guys going from here?
I am going home. We've got nationals back home. Driving back home. We're gonna do a little bit of touristing tomorrow in Vienna, and then yeah, driving back home, and then off to America a week later.
Yeah.
Going to the U.S. Open?
No U.S. Open for me this year.
Yeah, I'll be going to the U.S. Open.
Where's that?
In Wilmington, Illinois, just an hour or so outside of Chicago. But yeah, I mean, back to the tournament, I just thought going into this, Rob went off the dock at 35.
Here's Rob. Walk you through that.
Yeah, you want to take this over?
How'd you feel?
Yeah, the old jump. I assume this is my last one. Felt good, just not quite enough in the course. I think the spring there was from actually my sling letting me go a little bit. I got a nice bit of kick on it. Yeah, I mean, I kept kind of panicking a little bit. I calmed down a little bit on the last one. I think that's why it was my biggest. But I kept panicking before the turn and just slowing down too much, getting a little bit too early, so I couldn't finish off with my feet. But no, I mean, it gives me some confidence to be able to go out there and go 60 in a new site, but I just gotta push it, gotta be able to put out the 63, 64, so I can put pressure on old Dorian over there when Worlds comes around.
Yeah, no, and this is definitely not the easiest place to jump, but yeah, I mean, for me, I've been skiing here a little bit. I've been bringing it down the lake, and yeah, just trying to dig through the bottom like you're seeing here.
Oy.
Oh, that was probably my first jump. Not the greatest of kicks. But yeah, no, I felt good here all week. I'm lucky to have the extra training. I've grown up jumping here and skiing here, so I was enjoying being back here and also giving back to all the kids. Janina and I were doing just a little bit of a camp for the past week, running things here, and you know, this is where I grew up skiing. So it's awesome to be back here, awesome to be giving back to these kids. Man, I really hope this isn't my 38. If we're going to have to make me relive
I was going to say that was a little hard.
But I honestly, this is my 38. I felt like I had a really good start. Like right here, good one. Coming into 2, I felt like I was cruising. Had an all right 2, maybe a little hitch. Somebody told me I had a bad 3. Let's see. Yeah, a little bit, a little wheelie, but that was all right. And then here I totally safety turned. I don't know what I was doing. But I don't know, shouldn't have panicked. And yeah, I guess I had that little extra reach.
I can say that is the weirdest fall I've ever seen.
That's how
it looked like the fin should have blown. It just never went. I was like, how do you fall like that?
Yeah. And I mean, Rob saw me afterwards. I wasn't exactly the happiest camper, and it took me probably, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. And after that, we were both dancing to some Latin music on the dock. Georgia has a video somewhere, so if somebody wants to see it, just ask her. Or actually, we might bury that. That might never see the light of day. But no, I mean, that's the fun of this tournament. We knew it was going to be a long day. I had a bad start. Rob had a good start. I mean, Rob obviously can still slalom even better than that. But
don't show this one. This one was a weak attempt at 10.25. My cousin would shoot me right now at this.
That's a big
yeah,
8.
I was just flying in. Weak attempt. Ugh. To be honest, I was like, I really don't want to leave myself with a half. The video's here, guys. The I think that has to get buried.
I mean, yeah, speaking of videos, by the way, if anybody hasn't followed Rob on Instagram, you really should, because he's had some gold over the past 24, 48 hours.
Same with Dorian. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, slalom. That's the thing. I went a little too hard on the gate, flew in a little too much. But I think the greatest thing about this tournament is that if you have 2 events, you can kind of safety the first round, get a score, and then attack the second round, whereas no matter what the hell happened yesterday, I knew that I started well on slalom. Obviously, Dorian started not very well. I think we can safely say that.
No, you can say that.
And it was a good slalom for me, but it was still open. I was like, oh, yeah, I'm sweet. I've started. I had all this confidence, but then I was like, all right, now we've actually got to jump and trick, and the exact same thing could happen to me on either of the 2 events. So it puts a different outlook on it. It's not like a Worlds or Europeans where you have the overall, but you have the individual event. It puts a lot of pressure on every single event in the tournament, because it doesn't matter if you jump well or you just slalom well. You have to do every single event spot on that round, on that day, no matter the weather.
Yeah.
And I've never skied in a tournament like that where you only have one round to smash it.
Yeah, I've had it once before. We did it at the Pan Am Games in 2019, so that was same thing. Like, was leading both the prelims and the finals, and then in the finals still could have come in 6th. But yeah, like you said, I mean, even when we went out to trick, like once you stomped your run, I'm sitting there thinking I had a okay slalom day. I mean, like, it wasn't good, but it was passable. Had a good jump day, and like, you come down to trick, you could still mess up tricks and even finish off the podium. I mean, it goes as quick as that, and that's the hard thing about overall. But
yeah,
it
makes it tricky.
I mean, we got hometown hero sitting next to me here, having a PB and trick.
PB and tricks.
Yes, sir. Yeah, us as an Austrian, we're not really.
Were you gonna do a reverse to like back to back, and did you bail, or was that?
It was definitely a lot of bailing. I also wanted to do a mob and a reverse, and I landed the first moment. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do reverse, and then I hesitated, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna do back to front, and I mean, I watched my video yesterday and I was way faster than I thought. So I was like, hey, at the end, I need to squeeze in everything I can because I need to trick 7,000 points to actually make somewhat of a push on Paul. And it worked out and I'm stoked.
Also, you were pretty clutch. Your front flip today was the best one that I've seen you do all week. So that's, yeah.
Big time moment.
What happened? Tricks.
In tricks?
Yeah.
Trick is trick, you know. That's some things that can happen.
Let's stick in the front there, yeah.
The back landing was the most
Yeah.
impressive one of this. Back landing there. Poof.
Yeah, that was clean.
I just like I'm a pink shorts look, honestly, right
Yeah,
now.
also, hey, it must be said, Carlo's coming off a big injury with, I guess not necessarily an injury, but just like in general, having crashed at the Europeans and to even come back for this tournament. I mean, he had some stiff days this week, and I saw first day he came out, he tricked out here and had a nice crash in tricks and on his hand run. So to even come up from that and to come out here to trick and to do everything, I mean, we all know how hard overall is and how big of a toll it puts on your body. To come back from a crash like that is huge.
Here we go. Second run. So explain to us what happened in the first run on the. You changed up your run here.
Oh, you did a different one. You got to hold it close.
Yeah, because I was not able to do my back-to-back the first time.
Did you? Oh, nice.
That was a good finish.
Yeah.
I'm
not I mean.
How about the other events? Like slalom went pretty good.
Yeah, slalom that was good. Like I do what I'm do usually. In jump, I need to jump at 57 next time.
Yeah.
Like 51 is a little bit hard to generate speed and everything.
Yeah.
So and maybe jump at 6 too.
You want to tell everybody what you won yesterday, though?
Yesterday, I won the single event. Yeah.
With 51, 5.5, so.
No, 57.
No, 57.
Okay.
Yeah, for the single I was 57.
Whoa. And what did you get? What was your prize?
$20.
Pay for dinner.
And rolling sushi.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. Congratulations, you guys. It was really awesome to see the fight. We had a couple fights going on, and it's the way the overall goes. And you guys got the World Championships. You got a whole bunch of World Championships coming up. Are you skiing in the Open as well?
Normally, if the French Federation is like
allows you.
Yeah. But normally I get the under 17, under 21, and after Open. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's good. So good luck to everybody for the remaining of the season, and hopefully we'll have another event maybe at the end of the year, or we're looking for bigger and better things. And we tried a lot of different things here and throwing out. I appreciate you guys going out yesterday when we canceled the event and you put on a show anyway. That's pretty cool, and just seeing you guys all hang out together was awesome, and it was just great. So good luck.
Yeah, I think we all just want to say thank you very much to the Llewellyns and everyone behind it for putting the event on. It's pretty exciting for overall skiing. Like I say, I've never skied an event like it in my life where you have one round, you have overall. It could just throwing everything in the hat and seeing kind of what pops out. I think it's great because there's no there is favourites, but literally anything could happen. To do 3 events well on the day with a lot of pressure and money on the line, it's tough. But no, it's an amazing event. Roll the dice, and no, hopefully we can get. I know you're talking about a tour, so hopefully we can get that going. That'll be great, and to get a few events like this and see who comes out on top will be really exciting to ski in, watch, ski, wherever we are. But no, excited for the future of overall skiing, and thank you to everyone behind the tournament. It was a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Can I get the girls in here? Come on, girls.
We should probably talk about Georgia. No?
Yeah.
Georgia.
Georgia, come in here.
Yes, come on here. You skied yesterday, so.
So awesome skiing, you guys. Thank thank you for coming, and this is our second year, and thank you, Alicia, for coming. And you going out there and putting on a show, that was awesome. That was awesome
yesterday.
Yeah.
I love that. You
good.
killed it.
Yeah.
First time at 5.5, I was just like, commit, commit, commit. It's so steep. But it was fine, and maybe once I jump a little bit further, then we'll up the ramp height for real. But until then, yeah.
Yeah, Alicia, you had a really solid slalom run. It was awesome. Yeah, it was your strong event. And how did the event feel?
Yeah, I mean the event was great. Honestly, all the people were so nice, and thanks for the webcast and thanks for the tournament. And I skied really good. Honestly, I'm still happy. I slalom well. I jumped decent, and then trick didn't go as planned. But I was really nervous. I was a little bit cold because of the rain. But that's how a tournament works. So I'm gonna learn it better for the next time and trick more probably in training. But that's it. Yeah.
Well, when you have, it's hard. You know, you guys train so hard, and you got so many events, and you got to compete against specialists. But this is an opportunity for you guys to shine on your stage. And if you don't have a stage, then you know you might put the trick ski in the closet or something like that. And you guys have just put so much time, and we want to help the sport, and that's what we're trying to do. We tried a lot of different things, but it's awesome that you guys came out. I just love the different competitions going on all levels, and it's not anybody's, you know, it's not a for sure thing in overall. It never
That's
is.
why I like overall, because you just never know what's gonna happen. You really need to give 100% in every discipline, and you see at the end. So it's a cool event.
Yeah, Carolata, you had a great tournament, unreal. Put pressure on her. She had to go out there. I told the boys to see tricks at the end was really odd for me, and everyone going out there, because normally you throw down and jump. This is like you throw down and tricks, and that's hard.
You gotta stand up. Yeah, it was really exciting. I did not expect to ski that great. I mean, in tricking, I was even struggling a little bit, but at the end, it was still really great, and I felt really good.
And you have to mention she only started skiing like about 2 weeks ago, and I'm really proud of her to making the way out here and supporting the event, because I mean it's always good to have one more skier on the dock and just have fun and hang out, and we had a great time, and thank you guys so much for putting on the event, and we're looking forward to another one in the States hopefully.
That's some rain.
Oh yeah, she had the biggest.
Yeah, it was up and down the whole event, but you definitely had downpour.
You can see
Like,
Carlotta's eyes.
that's
I'm
like
just
close your
looking
eyes and
down,
just feel your way through it.
It was super fun though.
Could you see anything like there? I mean,
was
you
kind
actually
of
grabbed the
struggling
rope there.
Yeah, I saw stuff, but I saw the wakes.
That was the best ski line back of the week.
That's
Yeah.
true.
And here's Alicia.
Let's see this great run.
You bailed on that. That was supposed to be a 5. Solid there. What happened here?
You know that arm that I told you about on my mob that you told me, oh, that mob looks great. And I told you because it's that arm that I think about, just keep it close to me. Well, I did not think about it.
That didn't happen.
That happened, yeah.
And I kept saying, I always found that when you first come here, how clear the wakes are. Were you having problems with the wake?
No, the
No?
wakes were actually really nice for Mashcraft. Tends to have small wakes, but with the lake itself and the body was really perfect.
Janina going through a run here. This was pretty solid. 2 front flips.
Good
You nailed
facial
this one.
expressions.
I was a little worried you were off axis a little bit on that. I was like, whoa, and then you went straight into
I
it.
was like, I gotta go straight in. I had no other chance. And I thought after my first 5 that I
was wondering
slow.
about this second mob. Whoa! You were throwing the fist before you finished. I was like, oh, fist in the air and a slap on the back.
That would not have been good, but I
Yeah.
made it, luckily.
Yeah, no, that was awesome. That was really good to see. And thank you guys for coming out. And
Thanks for hosting the event.
you know, last year was tough with Corona, and everybody's working through it, and we'll make it bigger and better. Yes, it's open to everybody, the platform and the sport. It's everybody get involved. You know, you can't do it alone. one-off tournaments don't work. That's what we think. You have to work together and build the sport back. And this is just a start. You know, all the events, we want to highlight all the events, not just overall. It's slalom, trick, jump event. They have jump events out there. They have slalom events, but trickers don't have anything in overall skiers. So we're starting there, and we want to build it all back. So
I'm excited for it.
yeah, I'm pretty excited. There's some really cool things working in the background. Technology will help us, but today it didn't help us with the rain. I mean, when you lose your internet connection, it's bad. Yeah,
You're done.
Your weak link is a cable. So no, it was great. Great battle. I was all excited. I'm kind of passionate about overall, but I'm a little biased. But yeah.
True overall skier.
Yeah, well, I just seeing you guys train so hard, it's just so many hours. I know how many hours you guys put in, and it's just you need an opportunity. You need a platform to shine, and this is what you guys do.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank
Great.
you, guys.
All right, check out the website, see the page, share it on social media, and there will be photos and everything. But any event that's going on, always go to the page, find the page, and share that page. And all the clubs around the world, you can create your own page. It's all free, so get involved. See you next event.
Bye, camera.
Bye, camera. That was awesome. Thank you.